Patreon.com/Taylor Durden for the 37,000th time. $4 a month. Got some clouds today. Got lucky today. I know, Biddy. Look at Biddy. I want Biddy's life. That's it, Biddy. You just get scritches all day. Hang out. Yeah, man, I got some pretty interesting topics and questions. I'm just dealing with these technical difficulties. Hopefully we can get this plane off the ground. Get going here. I think we should be good on this spin, though. There we go. Invite. There we go. Boom. Greetings.
Oh my goodness, how are you?
I'm well. How about you?
Okay. Pardon that to all listeners and viewers. It didn't work the first time, maybe because I was on a computer or a desktop.
Do you hear me well?
Hello, hello?
I'm sorry?
Hello, can you hear me? I can hear.
I said, can you hear me well? Sounds like you might
Um,
be really close onto it, or maybe it's like an
no,
echo
no,
kind of.
I'm going to put on a headset if the
Okay.
speakerphone is too loud. Okay. There you go.
I can't hear you. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you. Still can't.
Test. Now can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine now. Yeah.
Okay, so headset doesn't work on this for some strange reason, and that's a brand new headset. Okay, so for all those who have stuck it out, your patience is appreciated for sure.
So
When does this recording start? Does it start as soon as it tells you you're live, or does it start as soon as, I don't know when it starts?
it started as soon as I went live, and then I guess you got on a few minutes later, so it's been rolling. But
Okay,
you can always cut the beginning out.
okay, perfect. And if you could
So
do the same, that would be great too. Just cut the beginning off, because that way no errors will be heard. If you don't mind, I would
yeah,
appreciate it. Okay.
yeah, you don't want to waste people's time. I know we
Okay.
already went through this now. We don't need everybody else to go through it again.
Exactly, because I mean, I have listened to live, not many, but I've listened to them, and they didn't have technical issues, but I don't know maybe it's the tradition or the practice, but I noticed that many people, greetings, Carson, they wait some up to 45 minutes before they start. I don't know why they do that, but I thought that's very strange.
Yeah, one of the most famous live streamers right now. I mean, it could be 3 hours. He just starts the live, lets it run, and he has like a looped thing going, and then
Mhm.
he tweets it out like, all right, I'm officially starting, and then you probably still gotta wait another 10 minutes, but that's how. I don't know. It's just I don't know why they do it that way, but that's how they do it.
Well, I would think that that is very inconsiderate for people who are listening or watching. That's why, I notice you jump right into it. I do the same thing. I go right to it. I don't want to take up anyone's precious time by just having them wait for something, even though, what is being said is important. Still, everyone has a right to, hear what they have to hear, what's going to be broadcast, and then go about their day. So to make people wait, I think that's kind of inconsiderate, no matter how popular the being is.
Yeah, I mean, people got things, they got lives and stuff. So I guess
Hmm.
without further ado, man, um, all is well on your end, though. Like you said, I guess we, go through the quick pleasantries real fast. Everything's okay down there or over there, however geographically we're looking at this.
Yeah, I was wondering what's going on in the States, if you guys are undergoing a heat wave, because that's what I've been hearing on the news.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the last the, today was strangely cool where I'm at, but everywhere else is pretty hot. And the last 10 days prior to that was kind of out of character a little bit, especially for this elevation to be like 100 degrees. So in the valley it's like 110, 115, and so my mom was saying it's hot. It was hot spells back east too. So I don't know, but
Hmm.
I don't know. It's been all good though. I mean, that was one thing I wanted to ask you about. I kind of wanted to start it off with that, man. If you don't mind, unless you had something that you wanted to go in that you already had and that you wanted to start with,
No, no,
I'll
continue.
probably
There were things that had cropped up, but I can talk about them afterwards if they fit in with the theme of tonight.
okay. All right, I wanted to ask you about the Agoric line,
Hmm.
and because that's like the supposed actual like real magnetic north,
Hmm.
like there's they supposedly got they got three north poles. It's like the geographical north pole that's like arbitrary based on the maps, and then
Hmm.
it's like the magnetic north pole, and then it's the actual north pole or something like that.
The I guess you could say the geographical North Pole, which you would locate, you see on your maps, your regular maps. They have several different purposes for maps, and then you have certain maps as well. And you could get this information in geography journals, but it's not taught in schools. You're just given the basic map based on a particular model. I forget the name of it, but yeah,
Mercator, I think
you,
Mercator.
correct. And that is a false, extremely false model, but it's based on the paradigm of the empire you're in. It's extremely false. And they know that part of the creaking old wooden table in the background, you'll hear creaking sounds. But that particular model is Jesuit, allegedly Jesuit endorsed. And so what the Jesuits endorse is what you are going to see.
So man, yeah, because like when it comes to the maps, I mean, there's so many different editions of the maps, and not even that distant history.
Mhm.
And that's what I wanted to speak to you about as far as like the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes were not on maps like 250 years ago.
Exactly, you notice that. Many people are starting to notice that now. And obviously, there were invaders, aka so-called explorers, who went there. I'm sure they had cartographers who were supposed to, sketch and etch things to send back for their treasure hunters and stealers. But at the same time, there's no written information from, or even historical word of mouth information from local nations in that area. Obviously, many nations displaced, but you don't hear of any talking about it. You hear some stories about the Great Sea or the seas of the land, And those lakes are basically seas. They're huge. The reason why they're called lakes is based on the definition of the bodies of water that are, you know, land bound and do not allegedly do not connect directly to a larger source of water or body of water. So they call them lakes. But these lakes are huge, and what you see on the maps are inaccurate as far as their measurements. They're basically little seas, or just basically seas.
Yeah, I mean
And
it's almost like a caricature, the map.
mhm,
No. So I was when I was looking into the maps across the time, periods, and there was no. First of all, California was an island, right? But a lot of people are familiar with that. But then there's
mhm,
no Great Lakes, and then when they do show them finally, it's just one big lake. It's not a bunch of different lakes. So
correct. A sea.
yeah, so what happened? Was it something that was developed recently? Did they was it something that the prior civilization created, like a man-made lake for some type of like hydrogen power or something like that?
Well, if it was a sea, more than likely in the middle of it and around it, or not around it, but within it, pardon me, are islands. And you can take boats out to them, but many of these islands were interconnected. And it wasn't an odd thing or out of place for many civilizations in the so-called ancient past to build or construct what we see today as a man-made, so-called man-made island. You see them, if you go to Dubai, you see them. Miami Beach is an example of one in a sense, it's just one huge sandbar, but and that's in the so-called ocean. But if you look at Miami Beach and compare it to, let's say, the Salton Sea or Catalina, you can recognize that these places are actually separate parts of larger bodies of land, and they're surrounded by what you would call seas, inlets and bays. The maps, of course, are not going to reflect that. And then, of course, things have been done. Uh, False or fake land masses have been constructed for various reasons, for commercial purposes, for military purposes. And the technology obviously being known and probably better than today. It can be done today, but you don't see these large scale projects being done. The last large scale projects that were done, at least not openly, there might be some clandestine things going on, I'm sure there are, but the last large scale water projects, water efforts funded through governments or behind the scenes governments was in the 30s through the TVA and of course with the Corps of Engineers that worked with hiding a lot of the post or pre-colonial invasions, and you'll see that these cities and towns are underwater. If you go to places like Tennessee, you'll see them in much of the southeast and all throughout parts of the US. A lot of the bodies of water, especially large lakes, are not actually naturally formed lakes. They were filled in during the 20s or from the early part of the so-called 20th century into the 30s. And this was to hide cities and towns of autochthonous or aboriginal peoples who had been either removed from their lands or killed and left in the waters or buried in mass graves. And this was done at the behest of the so-called governors of the regions, and of course the land thieves, the so-called land barons. What better way to get rid of a people than to get rid of where they live, get rid of their source, and cover it up by putting a lake there. Some places I've actually even seen, because when the water, this was in the late 20 teens, so that would be around 2018, 2017, when there was a lot of drought going on throughout the southeast and much of the southwest, you had a lot of lakes losing water and just their levels receding. And what was left behind, or what was exposed rather, in some instances, were buildings. You can actually see the tops of buildings, and these were not buildings from the 1800s or 1900s. These are buildings that came before so-called European colonialism and invasion. These are buildings that were built by the people who were here prior to the many invasions. And of course, you don't see them under all of that water. And if you, for example, if you go to North Carolina, much of the forests and the lakes that are around there, you have to have license to fish. There are cameras everywhere, literally cameras everywhere. So they claim it's to protect, but that's bogus. It's basically to make sure there's no exploring going on. I actually had some students that came to visit when I had the little health ranch there, and I would take them on hikes. I took a group up to one area, a lake, massive lake, that you might not even see on a map. It's in the Smoky Mountains, Smoky Mountain region. This was a massive lake. They were using it, the locals, so-called locals, were using it for recreation, so they had their boats, etc. out there. I took them deep into the woods, and we actually found a temple. And I don't mean some type of rock structure someone put up there, constructed out of rocks and made it look like a little Stonehenge or Georgia Guidestone. No, this was a massive temple with steps. We had to climb it. It was at least 4 stories. So we climbed, and it's covered with thicket and grass and underbrush. So you would not even be able to see it from, an aerial view. You definitely don't see it up close. We had to scale it, and then when we got to one level platform, it was similar to the Cahokia Mound, but the only difference is it had a structure to it, so it had a temple still on it. And you could see the windows and the doors, the stone windows, and these were at least 3 feet thick, the walls. So we climbed on top and looked around, walked around it, and were able to see out over this lake. And you could see how massive this lake was. The lake was so large you couldn't see the end of it.
Yeah, and similar to the Great Lakes situation, is just, I mean, I spent some time in Alabama. It's the same thing. I guess it's the same thing in California as well. Like where you got, I guess it could go either way. Like they dry out certain areas with dams, and then they flood certain areas with dams.
Mm-hmm.
And
Correct.
and so I just wanted to ask, like, is Niagara Falls man-made? Is it a natural thing? Because I was looking at it at one point. They had pictures where they stopped the American side, and
Mm-hmm.
and you can see that it looks like a brick structure more
Mm-hmm.
than a natural, rock formation or something. But I I was just looking into the Great Lakes thing because you never really hear about. You always hear about the Bermuda Triangle and stuff like that. They don't talk about like the Agonic line or whatever. The Agonic line moves, I guess, supposedly. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
They say it moves. So like at one point, I guess it was over the Great Lakes. So then it was, there's like hundreds of shipwrecks in the Great Lakes.
Yes.
And so I was just like, how is this? How is this hundreds of shipwrecks in a lake? And it's like, and so people, I was listening to the accounts of it, like how the weather like just drastically changes. And I was just wondering, like, is this whole Great Lakes region like part of a structure? Like it's not really, it was like a machine almost more than like um, a natural place. And then I guess they made it flooded it, I guess. I don't know, like, because for whatever
A lot of
reason
these
it,
places were waterworks that you see I've been all over North America, and I've seen ancient waterworks, and they're covered up. You can see them. A lot of the remnant structures are still there. The stone structures are there, or they're covered in thick, thick layers of mud. And then, of course, there are those that are quote unquote repurposed and turned into so-called antique or antiquity buildings, museums, or whatever purposes they have that keep it hidden. One such place, which they didn't cover up too well because the history is still there, you can see it in painting, you can find it in literature, and that would be I think it's the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Waterworks, which was turned into the Philadelphia Art Museum. And it's literally an entire complex. Most of it is still hidden, and other parts have been removed or deconstructed or knocked down or raised. But it was a massive complex, had nothing to do with the so-called Europeans or William Penn or anyone coming in there. This existed before they came in, like many of the waterworks. So you see these star-shaped buildings on many of the islands. You see them in parts of New York and in the bay there, in the Hudson Bay. There's so many of these places. They're actually waterworks to bring out fresh water and to give the water to the masses freely. The same thing with so-called energy, to light places, to light streets, to light homes, all freely. There was no such thing as a waterworks with a meter on it. Did not exist. Your water ran freely, like it's supposed to. Water runs free.
Yeah, I mean, some of these structures that we're supposed to believe were created. I mean, like you said in Philly, like they also had the jail or prison that was, it was the castle, and then they shut it down, and now they just I think they just do like Halloween tours in it. But there's so many places as far as like moving mounds or moving mounds of dirt that or moving mounds of dirt in the water. Like, how would this have been done hundreds of years ago or even 150 years ago? Like,
Exactly. With minimal manpower, with obviously minimal technology. We're talking the age of so-called horse and buggy.
yeah, I don't know how it was done. I don't know how they could have done that in the Hudson Bay I mean, even in Antwerp in Belgium and in the Netherlands, all these cut out areas on these bays, there's no way you couldn't have done that without some type of really advanced technology. And there's no
And
story on it.
well, what we call advanced technology is basic technology to those who came before mind you, the so-called Neanderthal, the so-called recessive, the so-called Eurasian, so-called European, the fake or false construct pseudo so-called race, and race is pseudo, by the way, anyway, but the so-called white race, which is an amalgamation of so-called races, did not exist. That's first and foremost. But you have to wonder, wait a minute, they're just the front office people. Someone's behind them pulling their strings. And the same people that were in power then and had all of this so-called, what we would consider modern today, to them it's just the norm. That's what so-called advanced technology is. It's not advanced. It's basically a way for us today to be in awe and constantly in speculation or is relegated to conspiracy, but it's not advanced. It's actually, you can just say, regular technology to them, and it would be to us if it was not hidden.
It's like that statement they say, like the future is here, it's just not evenly distributed.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, well, how would they have? It just doesn't make sense. Like, as far as like these people with these tools, even constructing something like the mounds. I don't even know what's underneath the mounds in the Mississippi mounds. Like,
Well,
but
allegedly, the mounds of the Mississippian so-called culture or nation or civilization, nations and civilization, were used for burial in many instances, allegedly. Some other scholars, or some scholars, for example, there's one out of Duquesne University that's in Pennsylvania. I don't know if he's still there. He actually wrote a treatise. I think it might still be online. He mentioned that the mounds were used during, or misused, during raids when so-called Europeans or proxy Europeans would raid villages, slaughter people, and then, of course, what would you do if you wanted to utilize the land and take anything left behind? Well, you wouldn't leave the bodies there to be eaten by coyotes and wolves, etc. You would actually want to put them somewhere. So they claim some of them would use these mounds as mass graves because they were large uh, structures underneath. Others say that the people who were the remnant left behind from these raids and these attacks buried their own people in the mounds because many of the Europeans would dig them up and eat them.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't
Now,
sound far fetched.
it is mentioned in, if the author's name is, well, look up the book by Richard Sugg, Sugg, and he has many accounts of it, whether, from journals, from actual so-called explorers themselves, from clergy, of how, they would, the so-called doctors or physicians would either crush up bones, and then others would just eat the flesh because it was considered, a delicacy. And then, of course, there was a market for it in Europe with the proxy wealthy ones after the takeover of the removal of the so-called dark nobility or so-called black nobility. And again, I consider that highly conspiratorial, and do not think that the so-called black nobility was actually removed. I think because of what they are, they deliberately either made themselves pale through intermarriage, etc., or they just put people out front. Might have been their cousins, their Octoroon cousins, and put them out front. And they maintain, till this day, the same control system. It's just one of the old school ways of rulership, ruling from a hidden place. It's also safer. When things go sour, who do you come after? The one you can see. So they're not going to come after them, and that's how they maintain power.
So during these resets, where do they go to
During a
maintain the power?
reset, well, one could ask the same question: where did wicked ones go after the so-called flood? If there was a deluge, and allegedly all different so-called scientists claim there was some massive deluge unrelated to a so-called ice age, but there was some massive deluge, at least in certain parts of the world. It's not all over the so-called world or realm. Where did they go then? And secondly, is
We're talking about Cain's. We're talking about Cain's offspring.
could be any of them, could be,
You're talking
but
about the
not.
Nephilim.
Yeah,
You're talking about
yeah, exactly. Because Cain would just be no different than the so-called like Elon Musk. Who's behind him? So Cain had someone pulling his strings and or guiding him in a direction. So who were the ones, and where did they go during these so-called reset Renaissance remixes? Where did they go? And where did they hide? What were they off planet, or were they still on planet? Obviously, these things are hidden, but they're probably also hidden in ways that if you dig a little, you might be able to find out what was going on and still is going on to this day. When you think of, in terms of power structures and power systems, it doesn't make any sense that the world would go from melanated, all the icons melanated, and then all of a sudden not melanated. Someone's playing a joke. Someone's playing an inside joke. And it's not funny, obviously, but it's a way to just maintain a power structure.
It's just like I was talking to somebody about this the other day, as far as like being a recessive, or it's not much different than like, because I was just having a discussion about Lyme disease, and I was having a whole discussion about ticks. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe there was naturally some sort of parasitic creature that existed naturally, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were genetically modified or created almost as like a sentinel to keep people out of certain areas. Almost, and the same thing with like certain types of thorn bushes and animals. It seems like
Mhm.
they were there as like a guard, and then you get to another level where you just start creating clones, and they're like a guard. They're like a tick that you put in this place, and you can't live there because you got bloodsuckers all around you. You know, as much as you might want to stay there, or that might be, naturally your place. It's just there's bloodsuckers everywhere. It's like inhospitable now, and
Nothing
like
is accidental. So-called nature is not accidental. And therefore, so-called races, which doesn't exist, but so-called races of the various types, they were all manufactured. Well, in this sense of the so-called white race, it was manufactured. It did not exist up until a certain period. There was no such thing as a white race. Or you notice it's white race, not races, but if you look into all of the so-called differences, they're all proxy people, meaning they're in places where they are not originally from. That's done deliberately, like a shell game. So, and the sentient brain, especially the indoctrinated one, it's like a paradox. It becomes arrogant in one sense, and especially when it doesn't know from whence it came. So you have people who are very arrogant or even xenophobic about the place where they're not from. And it's very difficult for anyone to be told, okay, you're not originally from here, and the pride you have, the anger you exude because someone else comes into a place you think is yours. Well, we can look at today and use that as a model. You have people here in so-called America who are not from America, but they will fight and all the terms because of that same emotional investment, spiritual investment that they put into it. You couldn't tell them otherwise. Give it a few more decades and they'll be saying they're indigenous to here. I'm already saying that. If you look
yeah,
at most of the people who claim to be so-called Native American, they're not autochthonous to this land. Anyone can be a native based on the semantics of the word, but they're not originally from here, but you couldn't tell them otherwise.
yeah. I mean, native just means born here. I mean, it's just like I can grow something from Australia here. Doesn't mean it's from here.
Right.
But but yeah. I mean, I guess it's like the whole identity theft thing. I mean, looking at Cain's line, it looks like him and his progeny, they all named their children after um, Seth's line, which eventually leads into Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Like they're copying the names.
Right, because there's two sets, if you notice in the book. And so what are we dealing with? Are we dealing with two or three or four different authors and they're all coming together kind of like on a Slack meeting and someone's doing redundant work because it's already done, but they still publish it? Or are we dealing with literally two different sets of people?
Because I've heard that there's two Shems because they copied the name. They're like, oh, they see what you're doing over there. We'll name my kids Shem.
Well, don't
Like,
you see that today?
yeah, you see plenty of people named Josiah and stuff like that, and they don't look like what Josiah probably look like.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, no, so I mean, yeah, I wanted to ask, I guess, about the as far as when the raids or when the collapse was happening. Like in America, you had like Operation Paperclip, where supposedly when Germany fell in World War II,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the scientists came to America. And I was wondering, like, is that the kind of thing that happened to the autochthonous people around the world? Like, their warrior class got subdued or whatever happened, and then they had their scientific class and scholar class or whatever, and then they were absorbed.
That's possible. We look at things and use our logical sense to narrow down what could happen, what could have happened. Well, one of the things that I constantly come back to is that If someone is the originator and they were in power at one point, when did they lose that power? Or did they maintain it? They just changed their face. Or they just changed the face of those who are seen to be the ones in power.
So what exactly is the old beef? I guess that's happening on the world. Is it the same beef from the Bible? Is it the same? Is it the same characters just playing out the same script over and over again? Like, who exactly are these families? Or I guess if you could point to in the direction of who they are, like, who is the adversary, and I get and then who.
Well, if you're working, this does not let anyone off the hook. If you are, let's look at those so-called families. We know their names. I'm not going to plug them, but a few of the names. There are more, obviously, and if those are their real names. But wouldn't it make sense if they're just front office people, very well paid, very so-called powerful, but they're just handling their role and carrying out their role and not going to do anything about it? As far as changing it, from time to time they might play around with the minds of the mundane or the profane masses by leaking a little here or there, knowing full well nothing's going to happen. So they just do it for laughs or kicks or who knows what. But they know that they are not in complete control, that someone, they have to answer to someone. And
So
that
yeah,
makes a lot of sense when you think about that. That's kind of the structure of things, where you don't have the head of whatever it is out in the open and exposed.
so are they compartmentalized? Like they don't even know that they're like if you're is that what keeps them allows them to be vain and arrogant? Or they don't even know that the person behind them, the boss of their boss, doesn't even look like what they think they look like.
I'm sure in some instances that could be the case, possibly with their offspring. But for the most part, I'm sure they do know who's in control. And that's kind of a big secret, especially if you cannot tell. If you tell, that's it. That's loss of life, loss of wealth. So obviously they're not going to tell. There's nothing to gain by telling. To maintain status quo would be to keep everything as it is going, especially if you recognize that there's no place to go after here because of one's part or one's role. So they keep up a good front.
So you're saying like a program, it knows like I can't leave from this, so I might as well just maintain some sort of status.
That's a good analogy.
So if they were to buck the system, what would happen to them? I mean, if they were to somehow survive, if they didn't just get slaughtered, like what would even happen?
No, well, the next question would be, what would the astute masses do? Those who are allegedly fed up enough to say, okay, I'm stopping the presses and anything else because they're not participating anymore, especially now that this is out there. So now what? That's the big question, because anyone, allegedly, one of the sons of the sons of the sons of the guy from, White Top and a few others, and the Red Shields and a few others. Each of them, if you look, and one of the rocks, they all have had their chances with the media where, well, not all, but a few of them, and they made these statements. They came out and, made these statements. Some, it's on the record. I don't mean print record. It's actually filmed or videotaped. And they're making these statements. So nothing happened. These statements were made. Was there a great overhaul? No, nothing. Masses of people still hold on to their vanity principles, their connection, their affiliation to this, especially that's why the so-called white race was manufactured. They had the greatest sense of connection and pride into this non-existent structure called whiteness and what goes with it. So it's kind of a microcosm of what goes on with the ones at the so-called top. They get a little more than the others. You get a little better treatment as long as you stay in line. and everything will be, pardon the term, hunky dory if you don't cross the line. And of course, they can only cross the line but so far because they're not privy to the complete knowledge.
Is
So
it possible for them to be?
of course, of course, but what would it gain? What would they gain by divulging it? Nothing. They wouldn't gain anything. Well, obviously they would gain if they maintain the momentum, they perhaps gain repentance, and that's more important than anything. It's not vanity.
So
That's
what
the
does
main.
what does repentance look like?
What does repentance look like? Repentance, or maybe I should have said abstinence and ceasing and desisting, is not continuing on with that which came before you and facilitating it, thinking it, having any ulterior motives about it, recognizing that wickedness is the one of the seeds of control within this realm, and it has done nothing but brought destruction, and that's the purpose of it, to bring destruction. So not going into one's role, what's all the world's a stage and all the men and women mere players. That means they all have roles. So if you want to contain yourself within that role, then you're just maintaining the play. But can one exit one's role if you're not the playwright?
Is it possible? I mean, looking at coding, because I've gotten into coding recently, and I don't really know like how you could. I mean, I mean, I'm sure anything is possible, but I don't know how you could rewrite the code to that degree. It's not like,
You can only rewrite it to a point. You think about it. Allegedly, all sentients have the knowledge of so-called good and evil. So with that knowledge of so-called good and evil, you are similar to a so-called God, because it's not just about knowing and having an option to do or not to do something that is destructive or so-called wicked or so-called evil, but you can make a choice to maintain that self, that new self, and not return to your role. To say that the role is you and you cannot give it up, you cannot change it without so-called divine intervention is not inaccurate, but it doesn't paint the full picture. You do play a part in it, and I think that part that you play in it is to forego, remove, rebuke, and I guess if you want, repent from all of the things that come with the bloodline, come with your role, come with the script, and never going back to it. How many people are willing to do that? It's very difficult to get people to stop calling themselves white or calling themselves black or calling themselves Latin or calling themselves any of the names that they hold on to, and they have no clue that that's not who they really are.
yeah. I mean, I guess it's like a false bravado that keeps people, in it. You know what I mean? Because it's like whether you're calling yourself black, white, or Latino or whatever, it's like this idea of who you are and like kind of being in a gang.
That's
And
a good
like,
way of putting it, yeah.
and I feel like if people were really to come to dwell in the reality and like look at it more so like, you got the recessive and you got the dominant, you have different types of recessives and different types of dominants, archetypes at least. But, it's not necessarily that you're a different thing. You're not another thing. You're just a recessive of some sort of archetype or an amalgamation of archetypes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if we're people to come into that, I I think I think they would get, yeah, they would feel ostracized from all the other people that are in the gang.
It has been done before. It has happened before. The only thing that has not happened, at least in the recorded annals of time or so-called history, or might have been hidden, that's possible too, is the third party effect. You know, the kind alluding to the speech that Ronald Reagan gave, you know, what if a foreign or alien race, you know, that whole speech he gave came and, I'm paraphrasing, and invaded the earth. What would happen? In other words, what he was saying through his Masonic tongue was, the only way for all groups to give up that vanity is if you brought in a third player. And then all of a sudden, okay, now the game's changed because we got to stick together. But that wouldn't work either, because you have the opportunistic effect that permeates sentience. Man, mankind, human, they have not all, and when I say mankind, for the women who are listening or the females who are listening, this includes you too, because you're of the family of man. You know, the whole concept of man is inclusive of man and woman, or male and female. That's man. Well, anyway, because of that opportunistic, parasitic, I wouldn't call it nature. You can say it's a remnant of what was put into man as a result of allegedly eating from the tree of good and evil, that some were going to attempt to get audience with that third party and say, hey, listen, we're not like the rest. We'll make a deal. As long as you don't wipe us out, we'll do whatever you need.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, I guess that's people. I guess are trying to hedge their bets now with AI, probably.
It hasn't become sentient yet, but I was talking about that with one of my students today, and mentioned that fact that the explosion that will occur, and pardon that term, I'm saying it in the sense of figuratively, not necessarily literally, has to occur. In other words, this it has to be built up and then collapse. After that collapse comes the awareness. And once the awareness takes effect, then you'll see the God grid come into play. I mentioned the God grid, as you know, prior to the 2000s, but you can hear it in my recordings. I mentioned it again and again, the God grid. Some have used that terminology around 2012, I think, or maybe later, but all of a sudden it's not in the media anymore because it's not time to release that terminology. The God grid will be made up of not just AI, but all forms of it, and there are many forms of it. Just hearing about the AI, that's precursor. That's a precursory. That's the so-called lower level. It
So
will
you're
get involved with all things from augmented haptics, etc., and more so. You'll see things that look appealing or look promising, but they're not. And that's the danger with all sentience, to become mesmerized and allured into, that's the entrapment of it, into the usage and then reliance. You have to, and it's basically the same game plan of most religions and most ideologies. Get you in, sucker you in, you become reliant upon it, that's all you want to know, and you believe in it, it becomes your support. And that's the danger.
and then a couple generations in, you don't even know how to do simple math.
Well, that's already here.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just was saying, like, that's where it doesn't take much time, I guess. So
Mm-hmm.
like, so I mean that so as far as the collapse is concerned, you're saying the AI will reach a threshold and then everything will become dependent on it, and then it will collapse, and then the AI itself will become autonomous at that point.
It will become the savior, and people will want it and have to, not have to, but feel they have to rely on it completely. That's by design, if you will, but that's the so-called, I don't like to use the term in the same sentence, but that's the nature of it, the bent of this so-called um, quasi-sentient technology.
So when these collapses happen, when these resets happening, like, is the remnant constantly like, almost in a state of like, well, whoever's in stride in this direction, like as far as like going in the direction of like preserving themselves and being themselves, that's who makes it through. And then you go through the collapse, and then you have a remnant that is not genetically necessarily what was the original archetypes. Now you got like kind of a basket of different things, because it's almost like a damage control, or it's like a point in time where there's you only have what you can work with. Like in the biblical story, is like um, the different wives that they take after the flood. Like they take these different strange wives and stuff. Is that's all that's available, because they made it through, and this is what you have left.
Well, the way that it's presented and basically influenced by the Neanderthal Hollyweird and Hollywood, and that's done deliberately so that you'll always have an image in some way, shape, or form in your thought process, in your data banks, in your memories. But it wasn't like that. If you can imagine, according to the account, it was more of a man and his wife, more than likely inviting people over and meeting their daughters and deciding from that point, okay, this one is, the least of evils, and this one will do. So they had to do this over a period of time and be quick about it, but it wasn't like you see in these movies, and they went out into the wilderness and the people are just committing all acts of debauchery, and they're, walking around with torches and things. That might have been after the so-called deluge. But prior to that, no, we're talking about societies, people walking around in buildings and, with plumbing. They don't want you, and pardon me using that innocuous term, but those who control all of the systems of knowledge and manipulate and maintain a stronghold over what you contemplate, what you think, want you to use that paradigm, that visual of this so-called rudimentary world where people, running around savage, unclean, rags. That's the mentality that they want, not the mentality, but that's the visual that is focused. And that's the one that most have, is a shared idea or concept that is false. Like so many of these concepts that are false.
So like, because like I feel like there's a disconnect there, obviously, because the way people get caught up in the skin color thing, um, not really being able to have the eye for certain likenesses and certain structures of people, like that, where they can see past the skin color. Like, because I was looking at Henrietta Lacks,
Mm-hmm.
and she's not the darkest of women,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like if you have the eye for who's who, you can see who she is. And
Mm-hmm.
like, and I feel like that's kind of where there's so many layers. It's so thick as far as like the disinfo and the
The, the cues that are used are many. And, just using that one cue you mentioned, darkness of complexion. Darkness of complexion or in complexion does not an ancient bloodline make. So, in other words, there is, if you were to look at the Aboriginal copper-colored American, they're actually the oldest on the realm, so-called planet. That would mean they're older than the African, so-called Africans, which many are not even from Africa. The out of Africa theory, that's what it's called, theory, and everything in the Neanderthal world is theory and theorized. In other words, it's not true. It's not factual. It is not proven factual and can be disproved and debunked and has been, but people still go on it because that's the way of a world where dumbness is power, not knowledge. The out of Africa theory is also part of the so-called evolutionary theory. The Galton, the Blumenbach, the Darwin, you name all of those different names. And they didn't start this, by the way. There were others who also came up with these lies. But they were the ones who primarily put it out there that, and it was also the precursors of for race, that mankind, all sentient basically, came from some type of primate. And that is a lie. And then, of course, they say that primate came out. Now, they didn't say that the origins were in Africa. That came later into the 20th century when allegedly one of the oldest artifacts, not artifacts, pardon me, one of the oldest, alleged oldest, now mind you, they have to scan the planet, the realm to find the oldest, but they say this is the oldest. And so everyone just automatically accepts that, you know. They've gone everywhere, every nook and cranny, and they've located the oldest bone set. And it just happens to be non-mankind, non-human. And they called it Lucy. And it has no connection whatsoever to man, mankind, or human. And they found it in Africa. And so that's where your out of Africa theory comes from. That all of these things that you've been mentioning, that all connects to the darkness in complexion. That is, if you look at it,
Validation.
yes,
Validation
it's
through, yeah.
validation. It all connects right to that same theory. You know, like if you're not very, very dark, Sudanese dark, actually, wouldn't it be seedy dark? That's a derogatory term, but that's out of India because they're darker than many Sudanese in many instances. So darkness does not equate with ancient bloodline. Ancient bloodline actually is found in the Americas. Nothing to do with any African, so-called African, nothing to do with any Asian or European. And they found that all of that DNA is found in the Aboriginal of America. Not the Siberian, not the Mongolian, but the so-called Negro of America. And I'm not making this up. This is actually from the research, from Neanderthal research.
So it brings me back to the point of Henrietta Lacks. She has this immortal cell line.
Right, and she's not the only one, obviously. They know that.
Yeah.
There are
But
many with that immortal soul line. That's in one of the podosodes I did back in, oh wow, years ago, and decades ago. I talked about this immortal cell line that you only find in particular groups, and then all of a sudden you hear about this. But that information was already out there, it just wasn't pushed. This is the danger of what I was referring to about how knowledge is hidden right in your face. The
so
information about Henrietta Lacks was out there already
for a
since
long time.
right, for a very long time, but no one knew about it until, you know, we get this alleged story breaking in the media, and then all of a sudden in the book, and then all of a sudden, you know, everyone now knows that information was already out there. It was done that way. It was leaked. You can call that a leak, but the immortal cell, or what they call the God gene, is only in certain groups, and that goes back to when they say original, literally original, so-called Adam,
So
and that's not found in Africa, nor Asia, nor Europe.
so what exactly is, you know, an immortal cell? Like, it's a self-perpetuating cell from what I can see. And then as far as the medical field is concerned, they've taken Henrietta Lacks's cells and put them in all the vaccines and all the cancer research. They use her cells for that because they just self perpetuate, and I guess they can just keep using them as test samples and to make just they just grows and grows and grows. And
I
like,
talked I talked about that in a past episode as well, on what these types of cells are called. Everyone has a particular type of cell within them that can be used as a carrier cell. And so, but the difference with these immortal cells is that they just don't stop. They remain vital, maintaining that life force within them. And they can be used for various purposes. Obviously, they're not supposed to be used for these Frankenstein atrocities. But yeah, basically turning and commercializing once again the body of the Aboriginal, whether eating the bones or in this instance utilizing the very next to the core, because your cells are close to your core, and using that to like a parasite to profit off of, to live off of, because that's what parasites do. They have to live off the living, and that's what they did there. So they took cells from this woman, but they know for a fact that these cells exist in certain population, part of the population. They're not in the Caribbean people, they're not in African people, they're not in Europeans or Asians. They only find them in one source. So that has to be kept quiet. It's kind of like having a natural resource asset that no other group on the plane has. And of course, with all of the alleged sudden interest in genomes and in finding so-called DNA connections, which was a scam, it was just to find out, okay, who has these immortal cells within them? And now that they know, because of the silliness of folks following the leader and getting caught up in hype, now, and it doesn't matter if you never did it. All it takes is one of your relatives to have done it, and now they got your connection too. It's kind of like a virus, once
yeah,
they get on someone's email, and then everyone on your contact list is vulnerable.
yeah. I mean, it's nice to be able to use the things as proof, but it's also, yeah, that's all. It's got that's the downside of it is,
Of having dumb relatives. I'm kidding.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean, but a cell is a cell, whether it's cancerous, because they always, I think a lot of people allude to that, like, oh, it's just their cancer that was doing that. But
Mhm.
why nobody else have this cancer ever, since supposedly? And,
Exactly.
a cell is a cell. Like it became cancerous. It was already self-replicating before it was cancerous.
Exactly.
But, but another thing, like you were saying with the DNA thing, like in 2012, they found the guy, Albert Perry. They got his DNA and,
From
and,
North Carolina.
and they had to create a whole new classification for this man
Hmm.
because they didn't know they had never found anything that old.
Correct. Not out of Africa, not out of Europe, as I mentioned before, not out of Asia, not out of the South Pacific Islands, nowhere.
So they found this guy Albert Perry's. They went to I guess into his genome, into his Y chromosome. They're like, this is the oldest one. We have to create a category, and
Hmm.
then they went to Cameroon, and they were looking all over West Africa because they said this is where these people supposedly come from, and they found it to be very rare, and most of the people there they were in A00B, not in A00A.
Exactly. Proving the fact that the so-called American Negro is not an African. Never was.
And so like there, but I guess at some point there was some crossbreeding. I guess.
Well, there were many Indians that were taken from the Americas and not transferred, but actually shipped, and I don't like to use that term either, to plantations in Africa, especially on the coast and the islands, and to Europe as well. So you had a large population in the millions of enslaved Indians, but you talk to any so-called Native American, so-called Indian, they call themselves Native Americans, but they have no history check or word of mouth history about any slave in their families. because they are not the ones that are being talked about. The ones that were enslaved were the people that you'd call Negro today. And I went over this many times before, from most standpoints, logistic, commercial, etc., mercantile. It makes
Yeah.
no sense to ship your goods all the way over, for the purpose of having, to work. They're not like China dolls you're just going to sit on the shelf, or pieces of art that's going to sit on the wall. No, these are beings you're going to put them to work, and you don't want anyone who has to be trained and someone who has no idea of the land. So it makes sense to get the people on the land, who know exactly what's what, and enslave them. And in many instances, the enslavement was actually through squatting and land theft, not what you see in the movies that were put out by, and I mentioned some of the names, Herskovitz and Spielberg have a lot in common. Let me just say that so there won't be any problem.
Somebody asked, can you breed out this ancient gene over generations?
Can you breed out the ancient genome? You're not going to breed out anything, because this is basically what you'll do is just transfer things all around. You're not going to breed out life. And that's what, when you think about the core of existence, we're all within this realm. And the only thing that can occur, like in a garden, you don't want most things don't mix, in the sense that your marigolds, your roses, unless you deliberately attempt to graft and make a marigold rose. Everything is still within its housing, its uniqueness. The things that can blend, and sometimes, often, things that shouldn't blend, and you get a weak offspring. That was one of the reasons to return like a circle to your project paperclip reference. That was the other thing, the whole idea of eugenics, and they never stopped on these programs to bring about their so-called perfected troglodyte.
Oh, the Ubermensch.
Exactly.
And this is what Arnold Schwarzenegger is one of those clones, I guess.
Yeah, that was one of the controversies, and it was actually brought out who his father was, and where he came out of and what line he came from.
So
Yeah,
he was just being himself in the Terminator. He wasn't even. He was not even. This guy's not even acting. But
you could say that. Yeah, exactly.
so I I remember. I guess I wanted to change gears a little bit, but still stay the same. Like as far as like being built differently like this. I remember you were one time in one of your podosodes. You were saying like the pineal is the heart eye,
Hmm.
and I was looking into the intracardia nervous system, and like how the heart has its own nervous system, and like how it can beat even if if you take the heart out of the body, or if if somebody's head gets blown off, the heart can still beat because it has its own brain essentially.
Hmm.
And I was just wondering, like, what's this connection between the heart and the pineal? And yeah, I guess that's it. Like, I wanted to know that connection, and how is it different from different people? Because when I talk to different people about my experiences in dreams, or my experiences with DMT, or my experiences with breath work, you know, psychedelic experiences through breath work, even, like,
Hmm.
I feel like sometimes when I talk to people, that they have a totally different experience, like, or sometimes like really very little experience compared to what I'm trying to express. And I was just wondering, like, why is that? Is it because they haven't primed their bodies? Is it because they're not ready for the experience, or is it because they're genetically built a different way?
All of the above, and most sentients are damaging these vital pathways, mainly the ignorance and the apathy and the complacency, but then in addition to the activities, the things that are ingested, the things that are allowed, the whole concept, not concept, you can call it a concept, the whole status, if you will, of good and evil is rudimentary in how it is explained. If one knew that good and evil as these not flip sides of a coin or of a duality, but actually a way of knowing and then doing. So in good and evil as a so-called balance, one would definitely not accept the evil of, let's say, genetically modified organisms or any type of frequency that's going to damage the very vessel that is required in order to learn, in order to grow. The good and evil within would not accept it. But because the balance is off, that means that acceptance is evil. Not doing anything about it is evil. Complacency is evil.
Yeah.
So you're not living in that God state. You're living in almost like a below animalistic state, below animal state.
So
Animals, for example, pardon me one moment, but animals don't, for the most part, don't allow their young to just wander anywhere. That mother is somewhere around. And not all, but obviously in the reptile, they just lay and go, or certain types of other so-called animals. That's the way they're made. Their purpose is to do that so that they have a large number, and they usually hatch, and there are many in that group or grouping or cohort. But in terms of so-called mammalian, that's not the case, except in the so-called human. And then certain minds, that's most minds, question, why are my children doing this? How can I stop my children from doing this? Why are they listening to this? Because you allow it. You're literally taking part in the imbalance of good and evil. So you're just doing evil by saying there's nothing you can do. That's why you can say the world is living in sin. Not based on what you learn in Christianity or Islam or Judaism. That's all to confuse you. But living in sin is living in complacency. I'm like, wait, I thought it meant doing the evil, outrightly doing the wrong. That's just one
yeah,
aspect of it. And sometimes that's not even it itself. It's the complacency that's the evil.
yeah. I mean, the word for sin in Hebrew, it doesn't mean the same thing as the word that we're relating it to in English. It,
Truly.
it means like it means like you more so you made a mistake.
Hmm.
Complacency is not making a mistake.
No, you literally have to participate in it. That's why, when you hear people talk about, in the racial sense of so-called white privilege, I said there's no such thing. You have to participate. So you can say white participation. So privilege is participation. And that means you literally are participating in it just by calling yourself white and by doing all the things that go with it. That is participation. Complacency is participation. So all of these ills that people complain about, many complain about, are basically, in a sense, you can say sin or sinning. That means that they have no true connection with what their status is. If indeed that is the case, if indeed mankind, human, sentience, all have this good, evil within them, that means they're only experiencing a part of the equation. And what's that part of the equation? It's the worst part. It's the dumbness and the wickedness. Those two don't even go hand in hand. If you see what wickedness is always associated with, primarily with some level of intelligence, if not high intelligence. You never see or read about a megalomaniac or an evil villain that's stupid, unless it's a comedy. So wickedness is associated with intelligence. That's not what you see in our world today. And it's worsening with the reliance on so-called technology.
So if you're able, like for me, that's what I always wonder because like why was I able to have certain experiences, like as far as dreams and as far as psychedelic experiences, and I would talk to people that I know that their body is like more equipped to have even better experience as far as that, but they haven't, and it's just sometimes it's just weird to me. I'm perplexed sometimes, like why I have had even the dreams that I've had with you, like why am I even capable, and why are other people that are more equipped not just innately gravitating towards these experiences and having them and growing from them and moving on to the next thing. Like,
Kind of like the paraplegic who achieves more in their life than the person who has two legs, two arms, and can walk and move.
yeah, pretty much. I'm spiritually paraplegic, man. Like, but that's why one time I asked you like, man, if people are breeding with programs or non-souls, then like does it give them access to the dream realm like vicariously through the soul that did breed with them? And I remember you said like, yeah, like you're giving them access into like the human system or the human grid, but like is it like different levels of dreams that they can't even access certain levels?
You close yourself off to, as you put it, levels of dreams with what you do, and of course, you could say with what you came here with, what your parents imbued you with as a result of mixing their connection. You come here with that, and does it make a difference? We can say in the physical sense, yes, you see it, but with training, many things are possible and will, not just training. And then some things are not possible. And there should be no problem with that. The problem comes when one becomes envious or implodes within and becomes self-destructive because one feels inadequate. There's no reason for any of that at all. You know what your limitations are, but first you have to find out, are those your limitations, or were you programmed to believe that these are your limitations? But if you recognize that they are as a result of many factors, then you work with what you have.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you only have a little schooner, you could still get across an ocean with it. I mean, you don't need
That's
a
why I use the example of the paraplegic. Most listening would not know what that's like. And then there is a faction that wouldn't accept it and would probably take themselves out. So just knowing that there are these limitations, but then with those limitations, what else can you do? That's the true embodiment of will, and the best type of will. Obviously, it can be perverted and used for wickedness, but I'm not referring to that.
wanna
You broke, you broke up a little.
do you hear me now?
Go ahead, that's fine.
Oh yeah, no, I was saying that was, I guess, one of my personal fears is like, because like we had that dream, or I had that dream that you came into, me and my ex-wife. I was in a dream with her, and I came into the dream already, and it's just a memory, but it was a
Mhm.
very more real than real, I guess you could say. And like I
Mhm.
feel like it made things, it showed the dynamic of the relationship, to where, I mean, we both woke up at the same time, and it like, I don't know, just exposed the true nature of our connection.
Mhm.
So like from that point on, there was really no hiding from it, and I felt like I chose not to hide from it, and I went in my direction, and I feel like she chose to ignore. That's why we had a riff. I like. it to me like it showed me that more so siblings, like I
Hmm.
guess metaphysically or in reality, than than husband and wife. So
Hmm.
for me, it
But
was like, okay, all right, done deal, boom. We don't have to hate each other, but this is the real true dynamic,
mhm.
and I can't ignore what I just experienced. And like, I don't know if you facilitated or just from me having a connection to you, just just sprinkled a little onto my dreams vicariously. But I feel like from that point on, I've always been like really, I don't know if it'd be anal or what. Like as far as like dealing with women or dealing with women that are you melanated. I'm like always, I don't want to do anything I shouldn't do here because I don't want to like bring something into their bloodline that can like hijack the dreams, as time goes on. Like,
Well,
because
that would be
I was
your
looking at,
bloodline. That would be your bloodline. It
what do
would
you mean? Because
affect.
my Y
It would.
chromosome.
Right, and it would affect them directly, but it would only affect someone else if they, divorced and went with someone else. But it would only affect them directly and end there. It would affect her and your offspring.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like really since like that experience and coming to the conclusion of what circumcision has done, I kind of don't really know like if I should ever even engage with women ever again for the rest of my life. Sometimes I feel like that's like a tough thing for me to
No,
really make
the only
sense of.
challenge, no, the only challenge in this realm, well, you mentioned it before, again, circular, if you will, or connecting about Noah using that example. We used it in a very facetious model or very simplistic way, in that he and his wife found wives for their sons. Well, if you can just imagine a time where it's very difficult to find people who you can mate with in the sense of not just bring forth offspring, but actually have that connection in soul and in virtue, then you would have to just basically settle, kind of like it's the last of the last, and there are no more. Well, you're in a realm like that today, and if you don't have anyone actually assisting you to help you to basically be in a community or be in a group where you can select and be part of potential mating with one person, then it's going to be even that much more difficult to do. And that's where you are right now. That's the world you are in. So I wouldn't chalk it off completely. I wouldn't say, okay, there's no so-called hope. It's all done for.
I don't look at it like hope necessarily. I look at it more like if that's crossed off the list, then I gotta, it just makes it easier for me to focus on other things, I guess. But I think like, yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with it. Like, because I don't know. At the same time, I don't know. I have issues with my own body just because of circumcision, where I'm just like, I think it's hard to if I think I always wondered if I was completely intact, if I would be able to have a better compass, like in
Well,
this
that
situation.
that in itself is an answer to the previous argument, where you work with what you have, and you're not going to magically retain or obtain foreskin again. I mean, there are procedures. I wouldn't go under the knife again if you've been under the knife already. There are
No.
allegedly procedures that naturally regrow, and it can, but it's not the same. All of the nerves that go with it, the connection that goes with it, it's not the same, obviously.
Like
Um,
20 to 30,000 nerves, right?
correct. and then some. But it's part of a grid that was set in motion prior to everyone being here. It's part of the grid of the vessel, so that if I was baking something and I broke it perfectly in half, I could always put it back together. Well, everyone in the sense of their format has that connection to a degree. You can break it in many ways, chemically or physically or both. And many females have broken it chemically, taking pills. When I say pills, I don't mean, diet pills, but they also have an effect. I'm referring to so-called birth control pills. And then, of course, a lot of the so-called hygienic materials that are used, they break that connection. It's an electrical connection. It's an electromagnetic connection. And then during the act of union, that connection is made. It would have to be, because you are facilitating the ushering in of a life form. So that electrical connection that occurs between penis and the vagina does not happen like it should. So that's why you're seeing a lot of female births. You're seeing a lot of group situations where people are literally getting divorced in groups. I can go through one town and it's not just one person got divorced today. That's the way, and if you look years ago, it would be in the paper. You can actually look and see a divorce, and it would be kind of a rare thing. It wouldn't be, well, in the sense of today, it would be considered rare. But today, you can go into a place and find groups of people all getting divorced at the same time during the same week. It's because of the fact that there's no connection in the electrical grid sense of the vessel. Obviously, this would have to occur because of sex. But you can sense it even before sex when it's not there. When you're caught up in facade and you have no clue about that at all, then this is where you get caught up in all the other things that don't matter, and you find out in the long run too late. Some find out initially after, many, cases. It's usually just sex because people are not attempting to have offspring. So women are taking pills, etc., to destroy the birth process or the arrival process, and therefore that itself is also breaking down that connection within her. So you're just kind of like two zombies in a sense, and that is not going to bring forth anything, whether in the so-called connection or what some call a relationship, nor is it going to bring forth anything of true substance when it comes to, this sounds horrendous, in the offspring. That's why the offspring are so malleable and easily controlled by forces outside of the so-called familial structure. As soon as you don't have to send a child to school. Once they're in front of a television or a tablet, because of that weakness as a result of the parents, they're easily programmed. This is all direct and not accidental.
So, like, is it the way that it's done? Because I was reading this book. It's the book by James Adair. It's about his experience with the Native Americans. And, he was saying, like, these people speak Hebrew, basically. And, and he was also saying that they were I don't know if they're walking around with, just Johnson out. But, he said they were circumcised.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, like, is it just the way that they're doing it that's different? Or was just things already just so collapsed by that point that we're just getting mechanical?
Well, this act of mutilation, genital mutilation, it's a vestige from another worldwide cult / religion, where there was a time when, males were sacrificed to the goddess because that was a worldwide religion. People worshiped goddesses. And if you worship the goddess, you had to do a blood sacrifice, whether it be an animal. Well, first started off with your male. You gave forth your one of your male children. And then from there, it became your fattest calf, the male. And then it became circumcision, the greatest member. And it maintained itself even to this day. So Judaism, or so-called Jews, they worship a goddess, although they might say that, they worship a patriarch or a male, whatever. That's not true. And the same with Catholics or Christians. They worship a goddess. I mentioned this in the past. All of these religions, Islam, they worship a goddess, but they're not going to admit it. If you were to talk to any one of these groups, they'll fight you tooth and nail and say, no, 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 that's not true. But they're not actually being honest with themselves, nor looking at things rationally and objectively. If they did, they'd recognize, well, wait a minute. And if they read some, the information is there still, they would find out that their history started off with goddess worship and sacrifices, blood sacrifice, and still to this day in some form uses blood sacrifice. So I'm sure there are groups that still sacrifice babies, but for the most part, they just, work with the penis and that's enough. Or mutilate the penis of an infant. The purpose
So,
of female genital mutilation had nothing to do with goddess worship, but actually to prevent connection to goddess and so-called carnal knowledge. So if you didn't feel good there'd be no reason to, stray. You had no connection to goddess if you could not, climax.
it's the same. It's the same thing with I guess with the justification for female mutilation.
Right, and the purpose of it in North America was allegedly, according to Kellogg and a few other people who are proponents of it, yes, the same people behind the cereal, was to stop boys from masturbating. So the residual effect would be, once they started and the pain would kick in and then they would stop, because it was done without, and still to this day, done without anesthetic, local or otherwise. So there's a residual effect. Most don't know it, and whether it, erectile, so-called erectile dysfunction, or fast or quick ways of having some type of sexual activity or frequent masturbation. Porn was designed for primarily circumcised males, and most
Yeah,
won't admit
I
to
think
that,
I
but
really
that's
feel
a
like,
fact.
yeah, I feel like in conjunction with porn, circumcision, porn, and being readily available and free,
Mm-hmm.
or supposedly free. Um,
Supposedly there's nothing free.
yeah, that those things in combination, and then it just led to a series of events. What I mean, that brought me to this place now where I I don't even know if I could ever even bring my body. I don't even know if I'd ever be relaxed enough to even do it ever again.
Well, you wouldn't want to doom yourself, or as they say, damn yourself to one way of thinking. Obviously, with discovery of who you truly are and literally putting off, ceasing and desisting with any type of, as I mentioned earlier, all of the things that connected your past and your, bloodline past to things that are inappropriate, wicked, against the true law of the realm and the true law of the originator creator. Putting off all that, you'll start to see more. There's literally only one thing that we all want in this life, and that's truth. In our interactions, in everything that we do, it's basically truth, and that's what is hidden, and we accept. You're not supposed to accept anything other than truth. And so the truth about yourself is what is going to undo any kind of bondage and anything that has been done to your vessel. You'll literally go beyond that. It's not the thing that stops you. Just because someone in your family and someone in some hospital mutilated you like they did with so many others, that is not to stop you, and you shouldn't allow it to stop you.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's just like one facet of it. Because like, I guess another big part of it is, you know, how many recessives do we really need? Like, how many does the world even need if they need any? Like,
There's a,
I've met
there's
people
a
that are,
recessive.
I met some dark skin O negatives, but I don't know if that's just because, you know, the randomness that, you know, people, you know, sexual randomness has done that. I don't know.
It has, and I'm glad you mentioned that sexual randomness. I brought this up before with you, and it's a constant. There is always a bottleneck point where it stops. You you have to start to recognize that sex is not this supposed to be this random act, and that point in time always comes back, whether through catastrophe or whether through revelation. It comes back, it returns. Now, maintaining it is the key. And that's where
I mean,
having within, you have to have within yourself the the accoutrement, the belongings, the values, the virtues, and the parts, the working parts, one of them the pineal, that, and not just the pineal, but many other parts that are not calcified, your liver, your pancreas, your gut flora, the axis, the second axis to your second brain, so-called brain, and the main brain, all in a functional form that cannot succumb to programming and that is able to see what's going on when you indulge in something or when you're pondering to indulge in something. You recognize it and you stop yourself. It's not a struggle anymore. Most people now are struggling with whatever's going on within them, and they look to outlets like medications or whatever else is going to feed them that dopamine.
yeah, and I think the more that you make the correct decisions, then you put your body in places, like you're positioned in ways to where it's obvious. Like,
But there are so many. Go ahead.
not only do you have your sensory um, navigation system, you also have, like, you know, these decisions that kind of they brought you into a position physically and metaphysically to where you're seeing things for what they are more clearly. It's like more impossible to ignore it.
Mhm. Well,
And so that's kind of, yeah, my bad.
there are many ways to repair self, and one would start primarily with the reconciliation or connection with the greater, the originator, creator, as some say the most high, recognizing that that severance, that disconnection is the primary one. But then the secondary one would be the disconnection to your own core, where you need religion to tell you you have a connection, or you need whatever it is, usually in some form of a religion, to tell you you have this connection that goes beyond all the things pulling at you in this life. You start to recognize that and you realize all the things that do pull at you, they are small, but they're all vying to become your God. Whether it's finance, and that's one that hits a lot of people, because as soon as they turn off the pep talk, or as soon as they put down the spiritual book or the guide, the finance is waiting there. So yeah, it's waiting there. You're in an empire. You can end it all if you literally come together as a community. And I don't mean in the sense of what you see before. All those things that were done in the past and showcased for you to see or read about were to thwart any effort. The whole, and I mentioned this before about the whole commune programming through the CIA, that was done to thwart any connection of people. So when they see that all these communes failed, all they were about was, randomized sex and drug experimentation and escapism, and had nothing to do. And then, of course, living in so-called primitive ways, people get afraid of that. They, afraid of the smell of primitive living, afraid of getting their hands dirty or learning how to grow something. That was done deliberately so that you would be afraid of the very nature of nature. But more importantly, learn the opposite of trust. So there's no trust of self, and definitely no trust of anyone else around you. Everyone has become an enemy or potential
So,
enemy.
so automatic distrust of anything that resembles the self within and then around.
Hmm. And the only fixes for that are there waiting for you, and those are not fixes.
But that's what I mean. Like as far as like it seems like it's like you make the wrong decision, you keep making the wrong decision, and then your body's now in a position where you're not seeing things clearly anymore, and then you're like, before you know it, you're in the grid, in the parasite grid or whatever. Like,
Now, when
and
you
I
say
always
make
wonder.
wrong decisions, are you talking about in the world of so-called finance?
No, no, no. I mean, like metaphysically, you just start having random sex, or you're getting high, or whatever it is. Eating the wrong things, eating too late, whatever. I think all of it, like it's like a slippery slope. I think, and I always ask myself, like, when, when whenever there's supposed divine intervention or whatever, when things like work out in certain ways, I'm always wondering, like, who's really working this out? Is it the adversary making sure I could be preserved for later to be used, or am I actually being helped because I'm making the right decisions? I don't.
An adversary is an antagonist, and that's a role. So you expect an antagonist to be an antagonist. What you must recognize is that there's a core to all things. The so-called dalliances or vices that you mentioned earlier, they all have a core. What's the core of eating the wrong thing? What's the core of just randomized sex? What's at the core of it? Some might say, oh, it's the pleasure principle.
All
It's
right.
the chemical pleasure principle. That's one of them, but go beyond that. Go deeper than that. What's missing is, or what is going on, is the improper connecting of emotions, which are chemical reactions, with chemical reactions that are out of alignment, overused. You are not supposed to overuse these chemicals. They're there for particular strategic purposes. You
So your body,
overuse.
so your body gives you a sensation and says, "Whoa, this is way too salty," but then you just confuse that with like, "Oh, this is great."
Yeah, I mean, the signs are there immediately, but you don't read them. And once that occurs, once you violate self, that self violation will become part of your pattern. It will become part of your grid, your layout. And then you'll just continue on, and it becomes an addiction that you don't recognize or that you don't acknowledge. And you mentioned, things like salt and sugar, etc. Um, those are instant reaction devices. There are others that are subtle, but they're connected. So what's at the core of it all, even beyond the reaction? The core is a loss of trust. The core is true, pardon this overused term, but true connection with either someone or those around you who you can experience true care and caring, which you don't sense. That true caring that usually is experienced only by an infant, and these days not even by infants.
Yeah, I mean, because I see babies getting mistreated all the time, as
Hmm.
far as like what what they're being fed and everything. But
And
but yeah, I
that's
think
at the core of most of the actions that occur, and the things that you mentioned. So how do you stop yourself from indulging in these things? How do you stop yourself from indulging in salt? And that's just one of them. You can just stop. But what are you learning? What have you recognized from it all? Indulging in it is part of that good and evil. But then are you going to stay in that wicked part of it, which then becomes the complacent part of it, which is now out of the wicked part of it? It's like, well, wait, I thought it was wicked. No, now you've gone beyond wickedness. You're going into this realm of in between, and that's the worst place because nothing wants in between. Nothing in the sense of beyond the, I'll
it's
just
like
say beyond the
it's like
physical.
if you're like biblically, like if you're lukewarm, I'll spit you out.
That's a good reference. And it's a cryptic reference, which points to what I'm saying. So you ask, well, wait, why was the evil accepted? You know, I guess that's, they put these hidden messages in. When I say they, the Masonic ones, the Jesuit ones, the secret orders, they put these messages in there through their writers, their scholars. And one of them is the Barabbas, and I don't know if it's Barabbas or the thief and the so-called good person on either side of the on during the so-called crucifixion, and obviously one is considered a sinner, one is considered a saint, but actually one is considered lukewarm, one is considered an extreme. So you can recognize an extreme. The lukewarm you become comfortable with. The realm that you are in has all of that. You can become very lukewarm in your setting, and now you're missing the point of being here. Many become very lukewarm in their setting. This realm, or what some call the earth, it can be very lukewarm, it can be very extreme. It's programmed or built or designed by the Most High not to be your friend or anyone's friend. It has a purpose, and that's, you can say it has a role, and that's what it does. To know these concepts or to know these states of being is knowledge, true knowledge. But to fear them or allow emotions to confuse you is to stop you from true knowledge. And this true knowledge you are supposed to utilize in your everyday being, in your everyday existence, not just in the form of religion, and that's even misused. I shouldn't even say religion because it's not used in religion. When you indulge in any religious practice, it's not from that degree. It's not from that level.
So what are the roles of the different blood types? Like, what be it A positive, B positive, A negative? What are the
The
roles
various
like?
the roles, the basic role at the core of all of the various types is to maintain a heterogeneity within the realm so that we don't get mass confusion in the form of inbreeding. So that's why it's important to know exactly whom to mate with and whom not to mate with, or who to mate with and who not to mate with.
And then the question of mating or not mating at all for
And
some.
then, of course, not mating at all, but, some say that goes against, that's a violation of the be fruitful and multiply. That is not actually a rule, but it was set forth, you can say, as a mandate or as a declaration so that there would be more individuals, or I should say more sentients, not individuals, in the realm, so that the life of the sentient can have a vessel to propagate and live forth. But if you don't, if you do like many installations of empire have done, and this one is doing right now, you will become part of that bottleneck that I mentioned, where you have people who do not have the chance to mate because there are no worthy mates, or because there's such strong self-doubt that, or fear, that people don't even take it upon themselves to start the process in motion, or because you have those who are confused in the experimental sense as a result of what went on prior to their arrival or when they arrived through indoctrination and through other means. And I'm referring to the so-called homosexual grouping. And then, of course, other groupings as well. There are so many just beyond that which didn't exist within this empire but existed in previous empires. That mass confusion leads to lower populations.
So we're a smaller population than there was back in, the Book of Job or something.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Because all of those cities that they're, these researchers find when they do aerial studies or satellite studies, and they find all these cities, massive cities all over, that tells you this realm was highly populated. Now, this is a remnant population, despite what, again, people playing their roles, telling you, okay, we got too many here and the place is heating up and everyone's the cause of it. They're just playing their roles, and you should be able to recognize that when you hear them. Use not common sense, but use your intuitiveness to detect that these are lies, or these are just ways to put fear into you. If you're
Someone,
afraid, you're not going to make a move. You're not going to seek knowledge of self. You're going to be afraid because you feel afraid and hopeless, if you will, or groundless, because you feel there's no purpose to go beyond that. There's no reason. The world is falling apart. It's corrupt. It's overheating, etc. So why bother? That is part of a game plan.
so we need more people, but it got to be the right people.
Right, not just any type, but what goes along with that? Right type, any type. You need both types, obviously, because you have good and evil people and all existing. The only thing is knowing how to stay separate. Because what will happen is that which is so-called evil playing its role will eventually cancel itself out if it cannot parasite off of so-called virtuous, or so-called good, rather.
So somebody asked, did we come here to exert true knowledge, and where did we come from?
It's kind of an odd question. Where do we come from in the sense of what? Meaning you come from two conduits, you come through two conduits you call parents, and then from before that, you come from the realm that is beyond our conceptualization, the realm some call the realm of souls, or
So
the
is this a
realm.
remote experience? This is a remote experience?
The realm of souls is neither an experience. It's outside of experience, so that means it's outside of timing or outside of time.
No, so I was
And
saying, like, are we in a remote experience here now? In
right, that's
this.
what I was leading into that. So this realm of souls, and the fact that it is outside of time, meaning it's in you can say God realm, because in the realm of so-called God, or so-called gods, as some might want to say, it's out of the realm of experience, or the realm of time or timing, which allegedly we are in. And therefore, if we're in the realm of timing, what does that mean? Then anything else would have to come into where we are, either through us or directly, in order to affect us or influence the realm. Otherwise, things are already set in motion. So coming here, using that terminology, is not really accurate to ask where do you come from, in the sense that if you're coming from outside of a time complex, the so-called core or soul, coming from out of a non-time sequence or complex, then that means that you can't say where you come from. It doesn't exist in that realm. We are in the realm of from and to timing. You exist here for a time, and during that time, based on whatever your makeup is, you stay longer than others. And I don't mean in the measurable physical sense, the so-called physical, where you can have all the attributes of a so-called living being mixed with a soul. I'm referring to after and before that.
So
Because obviously there are spirits. Many have experienced them.
yeah, and some of them have been given bodies at this point.
Hmm. And some have taken bodies. In this
So
realm, you could say all bets are off.
I mean, I looked at it one time when I was in Mexico. Um, I was planning to move there and stay there, and you messaged me, you emailed me,
Hmm.
you, and you were like, "Yo, eh, we hadn't talked," and you were like, "Yo, that's a dangerous situation you in. You got to leave."
Hmm.
And then I felt
Exactly.
like as soon, huh? I'm sorry.
I think exactly. No, continue.
Yeah, and so then like as soon as I left, I felt like life kind of started to open up and sort itself out, and I was kind of given some opportunities, and I just felt like as much as I wanted to go to Mexico or do something like individually, like exert my individuation that way, um, I ultimately it made sense for me to come back and work with other people and do certain things, like and have certain experiences uh, back here, back in America. But um, so I always wonder, like, am I just being a program, like, am I always just kind of in a like a circuit of memories or encounters that like I can't even really break, like because other people need me at certain points, just like they need Google or something. Like it's like at some point that I guess collectively I'm gonna need to be at a certain spot or say certain things or do certain things at certain points to be used as a program to help life perpetuate itself. Uh, I'm like almost like an assistant coach kind of. I feel like I'm not in the game. I'm more so like kind of I'm part of it, I guess, because I can assist, but I'm not really. I can never score or play in the game or nothing. And then so I always just wonder, like, as far as my position, like as far as support goes, like I just remember at different times in my life I felt like support, like I feel like
Hmm.
I could see it around me or experience it, and I knew it was there. But I feel like at this point in my life, I feel like the least supported I ever felt, like um I guess by all things that I can see and things that I can control. Like maybe at different times I just felt like if I go here and do this thing, I got these connections, I can get this done, I can make something happen. Now I feel like I really kind of don't have much support. And I was wondering, like, if that's the case, if a person doesn't feel supported in general, like, should that be like something they could use? They could just deduce from that, and they could say like, "Hey, if I'm not supported, then I must not be welcome here." And so it's no point in me trying to, and not trying to rush my exit or anything like that, but it's no point in me trying to bring more people to this party that I'm not welcome to, and then just I guess I'm just riding out my sequence, I guess, where I'm gonna, I guess, meet the people I'm gonna meet, because it's not really up to me anyway. So like that's kind of where I'm at. I know it's like kind of like long winded, but I just wonder how much of it, if you're a program, how much will do you really have? Like if you're just like kind of like a app, like a human app. I'm like like Google doesn't really get to say like, don't search on me right now. I'm going to Mexico. Like
Mhm.
it's so I was always wondering like if life is like, all right, now you're not going to Mexico. This is where you're going, or and life is like you're not being supported in these ways. You don't have any stability. You know, barely for yourself. You know, how you can't bring more people to this party. Like, do you deduce from that that this is how it's supposed to be, or is it like, or am I supposed to? I don't know. What am I supposed to do? You know, because that's how I look at it. Like, what am I even really supposed to do? I feel like I'm at a point where I don't really, I don't really know if it's even for me to speak or whatever to be publicly speaking. I'll be wondering like if it's detracting from the overall message. You know, because
As long as you're not putting forth anything that's vain or any type of subversive message, and if you lack if you feel or if you know you lack knowledge, then you seek that knowledge. You then share what you learn, but you do it in a way that is holistic. So you question and share at the same time, and you readily accept questions. I accept questions, and I question, and I make sure of that. So I also recommend everyone else do that. It's not enough just to, look on the so-called web. That's a huge tool, but keep in mind it has been adulterated and from the start. Can you gain everything from books? You can gain a lot from so-called books, but you also gain a lot from, as you have been able to travel. If you did not take advantage of those times when you were traveling to see things and go to places that are off of the path or, reasonably and responsibly off of a path in order to share what you find, then you missed something. You missed opportunities. Many don't have those opportunities for the situations or the programs that they are currently living in. They don't have that opportunity just yet, or maybe they don't see themselves having that at all. That's where someone like yourself would come into play. You have uh, those opportunities to see places. But if you just went there for vanity purposes to take pictures and selfies of places, that doesn't do anything but service your dopamine. And you have that right to do that. That's what, the thing about being in the realm of good and evil, but there's always consequences. You don't want to go into the realm of the neutral, and you don't want to maintain that imbalance of wickedness. You know what it's about. You've experienced it. Why do you want to stay within it? What does that affiliation do for you or do for anyone else who's listening or watching you? It does nothing unless that's your role. If you know that's your role, then, well, out yourself so that everyone knows that, okay, this person's wicked, and if we choose to listen to them, then that's our violation. We accept the consequences. But if you know that that's not your purpose, or if it has been, you come out of that. Everyone has that option. It's what they choose to do. A role is handed to you. You can say a role is a curse, but do you have to maintain that curse? You can turn that around, but it takes effort to do so.
so me personally being like bred um, to be a servant or a slave. Um, that's kind of where I, the thing that I was trying to, I guess, grapple with there was like, man, if I was bred to be a slave, I guess it's the only thing I could ever really be. You know,
Not
I really
really.
would.
If you are serving is not slavery. That's not true. And enslavement has nothing to do with paying debts. To be indebted, you have to ask yourself, what did you do to cause the debt or to participate in the debt? If the debt is from your ancestry, then In the true world, you have a right of protest. You're not supposed to be paying for the debts that were um, incurred by those who came before you.
Like it says in Second Kings, it says like a father shouldn't be killed for what his son did, and the son shouldn't be killed for what his father did.
Right. You are responsible for your own deeds and actions.
But like the thing, I guess like as far as it being a curse, a generational curse, and kind of coming from someone that was bred to just be
That's why I use the term role. You think about it for a second. A curse. A curse occurs when, well, not when it occurs, but a curse is carried out by enacting what you are told this is your part or what you have to do. And these are the limitations, and this is what will follow you through. If, for all those theater majors that might be listening or those who've had exposure to it, you know how it works when you have a character, or maybe the writers in there who write fiction. You have a character, the character doesn't go outside of a role unless there's a purpose for it going outside of role or outside of character. They even use these terms and sayings, judge a man by his deeds, not by his character, or judge him by, I forget how it goes, pardon me, but by the content of his character. And I think of character, I think of a script. I think of something that is scripted and staged. Well, a curse is a script. Cursed be Canaan. So Canaan now has a role to carry out. The thing, though, is this. If you're typecast, will your offspring be typecast? Will they have to play those roles? Only if they take on the same characteristics of you.
and that's
And
physically, metaphysically, just behavioral, everything.
everything, everything. And then, of course, those around you can constantly remind you of that by pushing it and pushing it, but you still don't have to be that. The audience can cheer you on, but you don't have to do what the audience says. For example, using the Aboriginal of America, the so-called Negro, the stigma of slavery was put upon them as part of a curse, but they were not slaves, but they accepted that mindset, which is a program. They were, you can say, enslaved or made prisoners of war, victims of birthright theft and land theft and identity theft. But that came as a result of weakness and a lack of true community. And of course, primarily taking part in all the things that you don't do when there is a law that you know you have to abide by. We look at all these so-called noble beings of the past, these nations, many of them were worshiping goddesses and animals and such. That's not the way to go. When you know better, but they're not doing better. There's nothing noble about that. There's nothing, I say noble in place of righteous, but there's nothing righteous about that. There's nothing virtuous, even better, about that. There's nothing wise about that. There's nothing growth-oriented about that. It's very stagnating. So these are the things that were going on, and as a result, they attracted what occurred in the form of settlers, pioneers, explorers, aka invaders, who were playing their role and continue to play their role to this day. And anyone can take on that role, but this is their role. And the offspring can continue to take on those ways, which is what we see today. You don't have to do the things that go on. But mankind, and human have this penchant for saying they cannot help themselves. Then don't get out of bed.
Yeah, no, I mean that's kind of, but that like I was my train of thought where I was taking it was like, should I just submit to employment, for like 5 years or whatever, and just try to acquire as much as I can as in as far as like, just to be able um, to work land as best I can, work the land that I have as best I can, and
Hmm.
then just whoever can come, by that point they can come, but I really don't know if I can really focus on
You could have been doing that since you know how long it's been since we had the, I guess not the, yeah, well, the first so-called live. I don't know if it was on Instagram. I don't think it was. I think it was on another, whatever you guys call these things, platforms. But at that time, that's what you were supposed to have endeavored to do. Make ready a place for those who are ready to come to. You don't just say, okay, come on, you get anything.
yeah, but I just never
When
had the
you
money to be able to bring other people. I mean, I could survive, but I never had the money to get the things to bring other people. So like, I just been avoiding submitting to employment in the system. I never
Mhm.
really wanted to get a job. I never wanted to file taxes. So I just been avoiding. I've been, just bypassing that, and then now it's at a point where I think there's just limited years left, and I guess it don't really matter.
I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. You have various creative ways of raising funds. I know that that's primarily a way to stop truth from permeating all of this. But when you recognize that that is a technique or a method used to stifle, you think about it, most so-called wealthy people are wicked, so they don't have a problem in starting whatever they want, whatever it is, because in this realm, which is given unto the wicked, if you don't have that money factor behind you, then you're not going to get what you want done. Don't think that work makes money or work makes wealth. Most of these so-called wealth individuals, they don't work and they never did, and they don't generate money. Money is not generated. It is a debt talisman. You have access to it and you utilize it or you leverage it, but the main wealth is people. And I know of many people who have received assistance from other people in order to build, for example, communities. If you go to certain places out in your neck of the woods and in the West, you'll find places, obviously, they would be considered Neanderthal blood, so-called. Mind you, all these terms are construct terms. Caucasian is a construct term. White is a construct term. These are all false. But you'll find places where you'll see so-called Caucasians, but what did they do? They all got together and worked to build one at a time for everyone. But everyone else who talks all this good game, they're unwilling to do that because of the individualism programming, the fear of a collective. I talk to many people from Japan, and they're very proud of their collective. Not to say that they have a pure collective. No, they've got a lot of things that are holding them back too. They're not taking advantage of the collective. Although if you see in their world, in their so-called society, there are a lot of things that can be copied. The cleanliness factor, the consciousness of what's going on around you and not damaging it, the the respect of every level, from the elderly to the infant. So there are various factors that one can copy from all the various groups around. You don't just, as you know what I used to say when you came to me the first time, I said it's like a buffet, but you don't pull up a chair and just sit at one spot at one dish. You find the things that are beneficial along in the buffet. Anything else you just leave alone.
Yeah, I mean, every time I've tried to apply for a typical employment, some way or another, life just doesn't let it happen. So I don't know. I just don't know at this point if I if it's run its course and that hedge of protection or whatever is just gone, and I just got to submit to it. But every time I've ever tried before, something something
Are you being
happens.
logical about it? You know, think about it. Have you actually done an accounting work? This is the thing that most sentients are either too complacent or lazy about. You have to, that's why I say journaling is important. My mentees in the mentoring initiative, they journal. And I make sure that they are journaling. If they're not, they're just basically harming themselves or cheating themselves. But I want you to do that so that you know you have a full accounting. You're not just talking off the top of your head. You know how much it's going to cost. You're in an empire, remember that. You know, and thinking anything otherwise is delusional. We know where we are, like Daniel in the den, the fiery den. We know where we are. We're not blinded to it. But at the same time, we're not giving in to that fact. We're finding out ways, okay, we have this around us. Now what? So we're in this plane, we're in this realm. We should be meticulous about all things. So in your journal, you need an accounting of what it's going to take to, you know, make sure there are potable spots on the land, how much it would take to put in a main well or a catch-all system, or both, or one before the other. What type of lodging you would have. I know places that started out with just tents, bringing people there and setting up tents for people to come and doing the teaching in tents. And people would come and stay in tents, and when the time was right, they left. Until you were able to build whatever, cabins or whatever, or maybe a lodge like my people used to build lodges. Take time to learn carpentry or find someone who's going to teach you, and that can be done. You have to know how to ask the right questions, use focused contemplation, not the same as prayer, to put you
Yeah, I
in the
got.
path of someone who is generous, because that's the way it's supposed to be, someone who's generous in their ways to show you what to do with your hands. Shame on the males of this time frame who have skills with their hands, who haven't shown the younger ones how to do things with their hands, carpentry, plumbing, all the things that are necessary to build a building. And shame on the females who haven't showed females how to do such basic things as truly prepare meals. I didn't say cook, but yeah, obviously we do put heat to some things, but in preparation of a meal is preparation of the energy and care and health of all those who participate in that or partake of that, not this stuff of passing on your tradition. Your grandmother was killing you and she did it with a smile. No, I don't mean that. I mean the true ways. No one's being taught the true ways. And those who know them, they're taking them with them. Not supposed to do that. So you find the people who are going to do all those various things, put it in order so it's not overwhelming and confusing. And then you'll know and you'll see what's supposed to happen with the land. And then the things that you know you're supposed to do and be part of, they'll happen. And you won't have to violate what you know you don't want to do, which is, you know, participate in a job. A job is not going to bring you wealth. Unless, of course, if you were an NFL player. I mean, even people who were in the NFL and went and got jobs, they didn't get any, six-figure salaries unless they went into broadcasting. The most that I've known NFL players, and they ended up in, selling used cars or new cars for dealerships or working in hotels. These are NFL players. So unless you think you got another way based on your football career, you can utilize that, but you're going to probably be working on your own anyway. So a job never brings wealth unless it's a job that is not a job, that is a career and requires a certain level of high skill and high training. So if that's not what you're aiming for, then you can forget job anyway.
No, I was just thinking 5 years of just grinding it out so I get all the materials. I got a
You can
carpenter
do
guy.
that. That's a way, but then you have to, again, write it down. What will be the minimum wage? And pardon that term, I don't mean minimum wage. What will be the minimum income that would get you on a regular basis the monies that are required to get the materials you need? So if you don't have any overhead, as in such things as expenses, then that's a plus. Like if you don't have to pay utilities or you don't have to pay for electricity, all these other things, if you're not paying, or taxes on your property taxes, if you're not paying those things, then those are benefits for you. You can take on a gig that pays, I don't know what the going rate in California is, 20, 25. You can get a gig like that. If you've got high-speed internet where you are, you can get a work from home gig where now you're just working where you are and you don't have to go outside of your realm, and this is better for you as far as convenience is concerned.
You know, that's what I was gonna do. I started taking a coding program so that I could just code for like 5 years. But because I
Mhm.
mean, eventually that job's gonna be obsolete anyway. So I figured I
Well,
might as well.
I don't know why you haven't participated in the discords. I've got a few members who are in that realm. They're high up in it, and they can be, good sources of information because they know exactly what's going on in that world. They're in the developer level and the high end of it. They're not just coders. I know many coders, and I know developers and analysts and programmers, et cetera, et cetera. I know many people who are in that realm, and yes, some are afraid because of news reports or things that they've heard from their peers about being replaced by Skynet. But you should know that that's inevitable anyway. So that shouldn't be stopping you from what you're doing in your path.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Like, I mean, they said like 10% of the coding jobs will be gone by 2033. I don't know, maybe it'll be more, but I think that it'll definitely be a transition period where people will just code, with AI more and more and more until there's no need to have the coder, really. The amount of coders will be just less. And that's what I was thinking, though. I mean, how much time do I really even have, though? And like,
Well, if you go to Coding Academy, you can take a 3-month course in Coding Academy. It's usually free. They have a lot of free courses. I've got a lot of books on the website in the community library, and from all various languages. I get tons of books that are, that you can't get a hold of on all different forms of coding. Think of coding as a religion. You don't stay in it. It's just a crutch. You go in it, you become senior, you move on to something else. If you stay in coding, yeah, you should worry about it. You're no different than an auto line worker in Detroit. You put your effort into it and your faith into it and didn't play chess and realize this is not to last and you will be replaced. So no, you don't stay in coding. You stay in coding maximum of a year. If you are in coding for longer than a year, you might as well just get a different career, or job rather. It's not a career. You might as well get a different job. You're really not doing the right thing. You stay in coding for about 6 to 8 months to a year, and then you move on from there. You go up higher. You start working in iOS apps, such things like that, development, and then you move on from there. And all during that time, since you have nothing else to do, this is why, idle minds, that also leads to all the things that you were talking about earlier. Stop being lazy. Put that brain to work. Not the mind, the brain. Put it to work. Study, learn, so many things to learn, and not for the service and purpose of empire. But while you're in the empire and you're being realistic, this is how you build wealth. You're going to have to, because wealthy people are not going to give it to you. And so all the people who want to be so-called good, remember good and evil, you're going to have to do things to make things happen. In building a community, everyone should be working right now in building what they need to build in order to make a community happen so that they can be part of it.
I mean,
So
yeah,
build your skills and build your so-called wealth. So-called wealth.
my overhead is low, like, and I don't know. People, I think they need to understand that like, once you buy the land for a lot of places, if you're getting raw land, I mean, your property taxes are probably going to be, nothing. I mean, it's still, you're going to
True.
pay something, but
Very
it's
true.
not
And
like,
Longshot in the chat room made a very keen point. You don't have to go to college, and I should have mentioned that before. You don't have to. College is not a scam, but it's a scam if you're not in there to become a doctor or a lawyer or any of the high career levels. Anything else is a scam. You can teach yourself. So yes, and college and university, those are all scams. They know it. But as you were saying with raw land, be careful with raw land because there are a lot of raw deals. And keep in mind, you have to irrigate land, and you're not growing anything on the land, for example, in parts of New Mexico, where they have been trying to pawn off a lot of land. I forget the name of the area. It's a huge, huge area that was bought out by some of those scammers from the 1920s, 1930s, and they still have their names on the plots if you look in the maps. And Denning, that place is just Dust Bowl. And yes, you can go there and make things happen, but it's about rain catchment, but it doesn't get a lot of rainfall. And you have to be resilient. It's probably best to, unless you're a truly strong, resilient man, you don't want to go there alone. You want to go there with a friend, a male friend, or if you have a wife, you go there with her, or wife material, you go there with her. You have that support. And then you can, build what you need to, whether it be an earth-based structure. I wouldn't live in one of these plastic RV things. If you have to, make sure it's under a year, but build something. If you don't want to do
Yeah,
that,
I just think. Yeah, I think the
construct a
RVs are all
yurt.
getting mold.
Yeah, those things are disgusting and they will tax your health. Build a yurt, make a yurt. Find out, it's very easy to construct a yurt. And you can do that. Or you can do a structure made out of earth. Straw bale used to be the way, but it's become trendy and now it's very expensive because it's part of the empire. You can go to California, which has the highest amount of restrictions other than I think what other state, but it's probably the state with the highest amount of restrictions on building, but they accept straw bale. So that tells you right there, once you've been accepted or recognized, you're like one of the 5 recognized tribes, you're a sellout. So straw bales become part of a sellout system. They're beautiful, they're strong, but they're expensive too, based on square footage. So that's out of the game. But there are other forms of construction that you can do on your own, but you will need assistance. And that's why I was referring to the folks in that area, in the Northwest especially, and they didn't pay anybody. They just put out the word and said, we're starting with one home. And this is the home of the originator, but we want to build more. So if you will come and help me build this one home, I'll help you build your homes and we'll all help. And nobody got paid. They weren't looking for payment, and they all worked together to build these homes. And this is done in many places, from Baja to as I mentioned, Oregon, certain places in Oregon, not just any place. And there are some places in the Midwest, not many, where people have this similar mindset. Again, notice certain places. It's not everywhere. You have to
Yeah, I
know
mean,
where to be.
I got a carpenter guy now, man. My original carpenter guy broke his neck, man, falling off of something. But I just ran into a guy I met out here, and he said that you can build 12 by 10 structures with no permit. So I was thinking about
Correct.
just building a bunch of 12 by 10s and then like have a common area between them.
Exactly. The whole so-called tiny house movement that happened a few decades ago, that was a way to do it. It's still there, but again, most of them are now toxic because the empire structures have taken hold like parasites. So if you were to get a tiny house, it would be like living in a toxic tiny house. You can build a tiny house. It's just basically on steel girders, and because it's not on the land and it has wheels, it's considered like an RV or a recreational vehicle, and therefore you're not under the same regulations that, of course, the places will put the regulations. That would mean the parasites, and they're in every place, mind you. That's the danger. These are the ones who are connected to the upper echelons. They'll make sure that everyone's doing what they're supposed to do. They will report you. And that's the danger. So you want to build a wall, high wall or fence, and make sure you put your thing where it can't be seen behind that fence, and you don't let anyone see it while you're working on it, so it can't be seen from the road. You have these people who will act like you're living in an HOA, and they will report you. So you just make sure that that's how they do the restrictions now on the little buildings you were talking about. I know people who were trying it with container homes. I don't recommend container homes. Many of those are toxic because of the things that were in them. And they rust. They only last about 25 to 30 years, sometimes 40, depending on what you put on the outside and the inside. So I don't recommend container homes, unless you're using it for a temporary structure, then that's fine. If you put a permanent roof over it, it can become a permanent structure on your land if you're going to build different types of cabins. So you can have one of those. You can have a self-contained tiny house. I'll send everyone a link to a website that sells just tiny homes, and they have tiny homes all over the country, and you can find some great deals, really great deals on those structures. And that would be another option. Don't do RVs. Those things, they, in a holistic sense, they're horrible because they don't last. They're made of materials that harm the realm. They don't help it. So you don't want them. And I've seen in the Southwest and the West and the Southeast the after effects of those disgusting things. You don't want those. If you're going to get one, get an Airstream. But again, those are like the straw bale homes. They're very expensive. An Airstream, those are constructed in the late 30s, 40s, and 50s. They look like they're made out of metal.
Yeah, those
Those
are the
are,
best by
yes,
far.
exactly. If you can get one of those, you have various types of buildings on your land. I'd say start with those, and that's fine. So you have a yurt, you have a tiny home. You have a fully covered container home, and then you have your other alternate home, all on your land. And then you have your cabins, and so people can come, and then you have your common place, and there you have it. You can teach your permaculture, you can teach your aquaponics, whatever you're going to teach. You can teach how to tap in to the core. And of course, you can invite me out there to speak if you want.
Yeah, man. I mean, the cabin that I've been staying in was built in the 40s. So I mean, if you do it right, it could. I mean, that's 80 years.
Yeah, cabins can be done by hand. Go on YouTube and you'll see men building them solo. Again, you should have the skills. These are men who more than likely learned from their fathers or their uncles, and maybe someone in their community or grandfathers. This is what I'm talking about, passing on those skills. It's easy to, and many of them are hand hewn. They're not made by machinery. You can spot the machine cut logs. And then of course, knowing the type of wood you want, and then, felling the trees, doing what you have to. You can easily preserve them naturally. I preserved different types of wood when I was in the Southeast, and you can do that naturally with
Did you use
certain types of oil. Exactly.
linseed oil?
Exactly. I use linseed oil, and I also use the burning technique where I burned part of the wood, and it got rid of any kind of thing that was living inside, whatever, and took off molds, etc. And then I did the soaking in the linseed, or the cleansing in linseed, and I let them dry, and now I have preserved wood.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I mean, you buy wood. I mean, it's been molded in the factory, right?
Hmm.
Or in the warehouse. I mean.
Exactly, in a warehouse. If you have wood on your land, and I know you do, you just have to find out what type of wood you have. You don't want a soft wood for the building structure. You want to make sure that you have enough or ample wood for the structure. And the material, the mortar in between, you make that by hand, all done by hand. So it's not a matter of you don't have the resources or you cannot do it because you don't have this have. Look at what you do have and see what you can work with right now. You have more than most. Many don't have access to land. They're in cities.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Like I got this space. I have very little overhead. That's why I was like, man, if I could just do something online, some type of job online for a few years to get the materials, then I can, really expedite the process. You know what I mean? Because I feel like right now I'm living off miracles right now.
Well, again, when you're talking about the job realm and the empire, you have to be astute about it. Find out exactly what jobs pay what, because you know exactly what you're going to need. Anything else, you're just not even going to apply for. Otherwise, you're getting caught up. And that happens a lot. People get caught up and they're in a job, and before you know it, 1 year turns into 5 and they're still at the same job. And they still don't have the finances to do what they claim they wanted to do. So you don't want to get caught up. you automatically set out to find a gig, and you don't worry about such things as, as one person put into the chat room about astral surveillance. Surveillance is happening all the time. There are ways to block that. I go into that in Discord. There are ways to block it out. And you can still continue on with what you do. You have to continue on with what you're doing. Otherwise, what, you're going to just stop and just say, I give up and fall apart? No, you're not going to do that. That's not what you're here for. It's your choice. You can do so. That's fine. But I don't recommend it. The after effect of that is worse than anything. You don't get any awards for giving up.
Yeah, not even a participation award. But
Nope, exactly.
no, but I just, I've reached a point I think where I feel like a lot of people are becoming aware of the reality here and whose land this is, and I just wonder, like, should I keep beating the drum, or is it not even my drum to beat anymore?
Well, you're here. That's the thing. You respect that fact. You acknowledge that fact. You let others know whose house you're in so they know. They don't walk around arrogant like I'm supposed to be here. No, you let them know we are to respect the fact that we are in someone else's house and the people are still here. And you let them know that, and you live accordingly. You respect the realm, and you primarily respect those people. Most people who are living outside of the context of themselves because they have lost knowledge of themselves. They're walking around calling themselves Black and African American, and they're not. Charlize Theron is an African American.
Yeah, Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is an African American. Once again, snookered, lost, not even recognizing the game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I would like to provide a place where people could be themselves. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of really what the whole point, I guess, is. But I need to get the materials. As much as I mean, it'd be nice to have tents and everything. I think you can definitely have a good time with that. But I'd like to have some permanent structures in here too.
Well, you start somewhere. That's what I was saying. This is not permanent. Never get in the mindset that, or part of, never get into the brain that this is permanent. Not even the whole realm itself is permanent. You don't get into that realm. That's where you start to lose it and you get into this lost in the euphoria of the world around you. You recognize that and you know it. It's not something that you just are relent to accept. It's a recognition of what is. It's a
Yeah,
very mature look at it.
it's one of the laws in the Meta Netter. It says what is um uh, I realize from what heaven I came and heaven I shall return. I don't seek enduring works on earth. Like,
Basically.
I guess in so many words, I guess kind of the same essence of it is like, these things are, the permanent, focusing on the permanence of things is, it's like
The trap.
trying to grab
That
the river.
and that's one of the traps. So if you're fooled into thinking that, then you'll be fooled into thinking, oh wow, looking at the clock, the proverbial clock on yourself, okay, time's up. And while you're doing all that, not recognizing that the things that you have in front of you, the people that you have in front of you, many of them that you have blinded yourself to, were all there for helping you to grow and build. But you put time and effort into those which were there to destroy you and bring you down. And you put time and effort into the places where you shouldn't have been or stayed. And you put time and effort into the activities that did the same thing. So you literally lived for the parasite.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
Wicked people work together.
It's such
Even
a
though they despise one another, they get things done. They're literally living in their good and evil realm, but they're knowing the balance. So when they balance it, they know that they are wicked and they deal in wickedness, or they defer it. They make you do the wicked. So
it's a
you do
very
it.
it's a very clear choice, as though it like I guess attempts to appear as a sleight of hand. It's a very clear choice. I don't. It's not like it's kind of a no brainer. But like as far as like making decisions that bring you away from yourself, and then the parasite being at the wheel.
I
Yeah.
guess.
I feel
Because
like I feel like it's very clear. I mean, it seems like a sleight of hand, like an identity conflict, but I guess outside looking in or reflecting on it.
well,
But
think
it's
about
always
it.
like it's always a point where you know.
Think about all of the wealthy people that are constantly they have to have that limelight, as I mentioned before. So they have to be in that limelight, and there are groups that are in that limelight as well. They have to have that attention, that focus. So think of that for a second. And even though they fight and hurt one another and take each other out, they still maintain their role and they will work together. When we're talking about hedge fund groups, they invest in one another. They're not investing in you.
Yeah, I mean, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and Citadel are basically one country, one company.
You said it right, a country.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. Because
and they
they own more land. They own more land than countries.
exactly, and they work with one another. So if they can work together, what's wrong with the people who claim to be good or have good intentions? Good intention, and that's a phrase or an idiom, is what the path to hell is made of, so-called hell is made of. So in other words, these good intentions go nowhere when you're not recognizing the fact that you are standing with the good intention. You are the good intention. And it's nothing unless you enact upon it. And you do that with others. But you have to be wise and observant before you do it with others. It only gets stronger the more you put it into effect. At first, it's scary that whole okay, who do I trust? How do I trust? Learning, I teach this as well, how to know yourself and trust yourself first, and trust what you're doing. When you cannot control what you're doing, then no, you are not a candidate for going out and just opening up and trusting. No, you will wreck yourself. You have to be able to control your own vessel. When you can't stop masturbating, or you can't stop just something from you call your favorite food, you can't stop yourself from indulging in that, or you can't stop yourself from allegedly thinking in a pattern that has nothing to do with growth in the experimental sense, the soul sense, or in the physical, but yet you still continue doing it, then no, you're not ready to expand or expound upon trust. That means you cannot even trust yourself. So you start with yourself. What can you trust about yourself? What can you do to manifest trust within yourself? The decisions that you make, before you make decisions, what can you do to make your decisions sound? Are you ready to do that? Are you ready to actually embark upon learning what you have to do to make yourself trustworthy to yourself, and then taking it outward to others? Do you trust those, for those who have families or live with families, do you trust anyone in your family, or do you play the favorite game? That happens in many families where parents are either together and divorced, or separated and divorced, or some manner of all in between. That happens a lot. And so, you pick favorites. That's usually taught by one of the parents, often the mother. So you favorite her, and the dad is the evil. Don't like him, he's bad. Now you have favorites. That's not trust.
How much trust does a person need? How much trust does a man need? I'm asking as a man. How much trust does a man need to like? Because you said you can't focus on the permanence of things, but how can you like as far as how much trust does he need in himself and his environment to be able to
Trust
reap?
itself goes beyond the eternal.
I mean,
And
like to reproduce, to have a child, like that. Like, how much trust do you need? Because it seems like you need a lot of trust, and you need a lot of signals around you to tell you that you're doing the correct thing, and signals inside of you, obviously. But I want. I'm just asking, like, what does that even look like?
well,
Like
it looks like
for my
this. It looks
for my
like
life. for my life, because I, you know what I mean, like you said, what is even going to be permanent? And we're going to go through some things here with this reset.
Well, it looks like this in using your language. It looks like you asking and being ready to be asked the true profound questions. You know, for example, with a female, if this is the one you think you are going to choose to impregnate, then you have to ask her, what has she done with herself, with other males, and why did she do that? Because obviously she didn't trust herself enough to stop herself from getting into silly connections or so-called connections with individuals who she did so for selfish purposes for the most part, whether she admits it or not. And the same thing for the male. So if you cannot trust yourself in that regard, then no, you're not ready to bring forth or usher in a life form. You're doing the same randomized sex thing, and this is why we get what we get. It's like gambling. You might get all lemons, you might get cherries, you might get whatever. So, not supposed to be gambling with such a vital act that is part of the existence realm. You have, obviously, you have the free so-called freedom to do so because it happens, and no one is struck down as soon as it happens. No, so obviously you're allowed to play out these roles.
Well, okay, yeah. So what would I need though? Like, I guess besides the woman on my end, what do I need? You feel like, for where I could feel like, okay, I'm established enough to even be able to court women, to be able to get to that phase. And how
Are
many years
you
off?
are you driven immediately by the sight of things that you have fetishized? That's first question. Two, if given certain circumstances and under your own devices, would you take advantage of a situation with a female? That's the second question. Three, would you tolerate anything because of the facade of the female, just because of that facade? Would you tolerate anything coming from her, even anything dangerous, detrimental, or toxic? If you answered yes to those questions, then you know you haven't built that trust within you. You're
No,
not even ready for it.
no.
So that
Honestly,
means you're
no.
not ready to mate with anyone else.
Honestly, no. I feel like I'm very critical in those regards. I'm more so like, I don't have the the nest egg, or the what would you call it? Like the support system for a child, like in the realm, like within the realm. That's the part that troubles me. I definitely feel like, especially over the years, like my vision or taste, I guess, as far as like quality in women is has definitely been more refined and more respectful. And I really don't. I don't just want women to be beautiful, and I don't want like, I really just want them to be a whole woman and be themselves. And like, I just don't I don't really even, I look at it more so, I guess I internalize it, where I'm like, I don't have the things that I feel like I need or should have, so I don't even like kind of make it a possibility to be with a woman.
Then that
Like,
means you're not on the path of building the soul, building the core, building the knowledge and wisdom. A man is supposed to have this wisdom in this realm. A true woman looks to a man for that wisdom so that he can guide and be there as not only her guide, but the lead of them. If he is not there for that, then she's making a big mistake. So that's what you should be doing in this so-called free time, is building all of that knowledge. If you don't have, as you said, the support so-called systems, keep in mind, never get delusional. You're in an empire. So we know that offspring require things that cost.
yeah,
However, it all depends on what you do and what you make ready for that offspring. So let's say all that delusion about off-grid stuff, that's kind of silly, and it is delusional. But you can live in an autonomous communal sense. That's the goal. Autonomous communal. So not to be confused with individualism. Your autonomy is part of your knowledge, is part of what you do and know about yourself and how you trust yourself, while at the same time being able to share that with those who are in a similar situation or similar setting, that's the community. So autonomous, communal, as opposed to, the misconception or the fraudulent definition of it. Autonomy means I do it alone, I'm a loner, I can do it all myself, I don't need anybody else. That's not autonomy. So when you have that set forth, yeah, you can bring someone in, and you don't need to be completely grounded in empire, with a so-called career and a certain amount of income. If you are still within and you're truthful to yourself and to the mate that you're with, then you say, okay, no, I don't want to do the whole country thing. I don't want to expose my child to that. That's a little too harsh, and I don't want to risk anything happening health-wise to them. So I'm going to stay within the realm of either suburbs or city or countryside with the tap-in to high-speed internet, et cetera, and we'll bring the child up in this realm. That's going to require a certain amount of so-called income. So you require that. And I'm going to be real here. If you're not a physician, if you're not a plastic surgeon, if you're not an accountant or any of those positions that you can utilize and gain income from to bring in offspring, then she's going to have also have income. She should also have a dowry, but I'm not delusional. Most people have no idea what that is. And then most don't even have one. So you're literally marrying paupers. Men are not supposed to be marrying a pauper. That whole Cinderella tale, Cinderella was not poor. Cinderella had a dowry. That's why her stepmother and her stepsisters were living off of the money that her dad left her. He was basically offed by the stepmother, and they were living off of her. They were parasiting off of her, but she had a dowry. That meant she had cash. So the prince chose, he was wealthy and she was wealthy. Perfect. So they can bring in offspring. But most women have no dowry today. Most females have no dowry, and they have no clue what it is. But they could set one up if they're not selfish. So what does that mean? If she's wise, and this is what you would look for, a woman who knows her way around accounting systems, knows how to manage the funds within this empire. You don't want a dum-dum. And pardon if that insults anyone, but it should insult motivate. You don't want to be a dum-dum.
Insultivate. Insultivate.
I like that.
Insultivate you.
I like that. That's perfect. And that's not meant to do that. That's to show you don't want to be that. And if you don't have a parent that set these things up for you, then you set up your dowry. And it's not to be dangled like a carrot. That's silly. That's manipulative. Your dowry is to be presented to all true, serious suitors. You don't need a horde of suitors, maybe 2 or 3 or 4, and they eliminate themselves when they realize, okay, you're not the one, no problem, amicable, parting, not a problem, perfect, until you get down to 1. And you know if she's ready, and she knows if you're ready. But you don't come into this empire with the thought or false thought that you can bring in an offspring on a nickel and a dime and a prayer.
No. No, you need to have a lot of skills if you got no money. If you got no money, you need a lot of skills. You need to know how to do everything if you got no money.
Well, a man can do many things with his hands, and that's what I'm saying. So you have choices. If you decide to do that, she has to be with you 100%. She has to be with you and support that and be ready to do that too, and be ready to do things with her hands, not just stand around and watch you, go cut some wood and when you're at it, go into town and pick up a pizza. No, she needs to know everything from skinning a rabbit to harvesting food, to planting food, to storing seeds, you name it, all of that. And making medicine, foraging, she needs to know that. If she doesn't know, you can show her, but she needs to come with some skills, many skills that are necessary. This is just facts. You can't overlook them. This place has taught people how to become, and when I say place, I'm talking about people, your schools and partially your parents and mainly the media that you indulge in has taught you to become delusional. You cannot be delusional in this place. It's no place to play. So keep these things in mind. Yes, you want those skills, but then look back at yourself. What skills do you have? Can you do things with those hands?
Yeah, I mean, I know some things. Took some wood shop classes. I watched some guys a little bit. I know some things. I think I definitely, if I focus for 5 years, I could definitely congeal a lot of things. But, um, damn, I was
For
going to
me,
ask
that's
you.
just a mouthful. Everyone needs a community. Pardon.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, how long do we have until it's a sharp? I mean, I feel like I thought that COVID would have did it for people, but how long
Yeah,
until we have like a
that was
period where
a,
people
that was
have to.
a, go ahead.
I'm just saying where people have to commit to a community, or they're gonna have to commit to the God grid.
It's happening now. And as I said then, and say again, you're in the final year. 2026 is the year of like the musical chairs. If you've played that game, when the music stops, you better be near a chair. And you don't want to play that because you can get rejected or you can get into a place where you know you don't want to be and you shouldn't be. So it's not about playing musical chairs with life.
You said that some years ago that 2026 year of the horse, runaway year, and everything. It was like
Mhm.
kind of like a side statement over a big conversation. But what does it mean exactly? If you have any time, can you talk about what that means? Like the 2020, like what do you see happening in 2026? Or what do you know? Because you just know.
All the things that I've mentioned have literally come to pass. Everything from the so-called COVID to all the things in between. That was done to see how far it can be taken and how willing and ready everyone is to do whatever when someone says, okay, your fellow man and woman are toxic or contaminated, so cover your face and breathe in your own germs or whatever and harm yourself with something that's not going to do anything anyway in the first place. It's all it took was a little bit of reading and reading the package insert or just going online or going into a library and reading exactly what a mask does. And did anyone do that? I'm sure a few did, the minority did, but for the most part, most didn't. And they just accepted what was there. And now the face of shame should be placed upon all those who tried to shame others when they were told, this is bogus, something's not right. And, you were cursed out or you were told you were wrong. They should be shamed and they should feel ashamed. But you don't see that happening now. That they're quietly coming back into order as if no one did or said anything out of line. But yeah, they did. And I'm referring to the so-called professionals that went on YouTube and so-called television and articles claiming you need to violate yourself with this prick of a pin and take on things that are going to sit resident in you and cause major issues with you and yours from here to 4 generations. Another thing to consider as well, ask your potential mates, have you been vaccinated? Did you take boosters? If you did, what have you been doing to repair what you did? Do you know how to repair what you did? You don't want to mate with someone who they might be great in so far as their soul, their core, but they just made the silly mistake, and it's not a mistake, they didn't trust themselves. And so now they've contaminated themselves. You can't impregnate that. And nor should they want to be impregnated by someone who has been contaminated. Would you do that with someone who had gonorrhea? No. So it's kind of similar because you will be contaminating in a sense the basic units of that offspring. You want to give them all of the best opportunities that they can give and have versus giving them things that they have to fight against or fight with. That's randomized sex, and you don't want to do that. Therefore, it makes sense to find out, did the person have these boosters and shots? Did they take them? If they did, what have they done to annihilate what was done? It's very difficult, but it can be done, and it takes serious discipline to do so.
When it comes to shots and venereal diseases and transmitted disease in general, they say that over 4 billion people have herpes,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's like 5 different types of herpes.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, kind of looking at it like, there's probably just one type of herpes, and then it just has different expressions.
That makes sense too.
So that's because like they say that everybody that ever got chicken pox has shingles, and that's all just herpes.
That is herpes. They're in the same family.
So what is this? Is that the basis of the parasite that that's like kind of that colonized the world? Is that like part of it?
All of these unseen organisms, microbes, etc., they are the inner worlds that we do not recognize or think about constantly, but they are the constant. They are the things that are battling behind the scenes, working towards our best interests or against our best interest. You have to just make sure you don't allow any breaches of your vessel.
Yeah, I just always wanted to know. I guess there's billions of people with it, and that's like on record. How many people don't know that they have it? And then if it's like almost synonymous with everybody, like everybody has it, like it's ubiquitous. Like I just want to know, like, is that the vector point? Is that like is that it? Like, cause I've I've read that like herpes is like physical guilt or sexual guilt, and I was just wondering, like, if there's these multiple different types of herpes.
Herpes can be exacerbated, or the outbreak of herpes can be exacerbated by stress, emotion, guilt, which is an emotion. So various emotions can bring it about. You get outbreaks on the hands, on the lips, etc. But you can also fight this. I have worked with clients that have had not only herpes but hepatitis and cleared it up completely, where it no longer exists within them. And that's the goal when you have been told or you know that you have these various so-called ailments or curses. When you recognize that these are within you as a result of whatever activity, then you endeavor to remove them, and you remove them through not participating in anything recidivist. Stop doing the things that you're probably doing on a repeat scale. That means the things that you're eating, places that you frequent, your bed, check it out. You probably have bed bugs in it or some types of mites. You might need to do a flash burn on that bed, get rid of the mattress, and get new sheets. All various things that you can do to ameliorate and mitigate these outbreaks and their reoccurrences. And of course, obviously, one of the primary things, not indulging in any type of sexual behavior that you shouldn't be doing anyway, because you know and realize and have no delusions about what sex is for. It's not for your entertainment. As you can see today, it's entertaining, as is your food. Your food is not for entertainment.
Yeah. So like I mean, I've read that the herpes virus like hides in your ganglia and your spine,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just like, man, it's got to be like an arduous process to get rid of these viruses like this. Like any virus, it's almost like a
No, not at all. There's an herb for everything. You're not put into a realm. helplessly, or where you are helpless and hope hapless. There are remedies, if you will, or herbs for all things that ail you. You just have to know how to take them, when to take them, and what to do pre, and post. And of course, don't return to what you were doing. I guess you can call it a repentance.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that was just I was just reading into that, and I was like, man,
And someone just
was
mentioned
this
that
with
it's a part, and someone in the room mentioned about, these are basically kind of like zoonotic. That's one of the terms that references so-called diseases that crossed, I don't like using this term, but species barriers. So you have these animal so-called diseases that show up in so-called humans. No, continue.
No, I was gonna say like in the Northwest there was some war because these two this couple um they were distributing medicine to fight something, I forget what it was, and it killed like 200 Indians. And then
Mm-hmm.
so then the Indians killed the couple, and then it started a war. And I was like, man, so I think it's called like Whitman's War or something.
Okay.
And but no, I was just wondering like if this was has this was been going down the whole time, like this spread of some sort of parasite through pharmakia, and it just has grown, and
Yeah,
that's
it's a way, it's a subversive tactic. It's a way to maintain a hegemony, definitely. It's done in the Americas. It's done anywhere you have a so-called indigenous or original, so-called Aboriginal population. And you have another group that has taken on the role of invader parasite. You don't have to be a parasite. You don't have to be an invader. And you recognize the fact that just because one group seems to be thriving, they're thriving at a cost. Eventually, the realm that they're in will kill them. Pardon that term, but I guess, it is, as they say, what it is. Eventually, it will take them out too. So you
because
have a choice. Right. You cannot be parasitic. You can start to come out of that stupor, and you can live more than likely separately, but in coexistence with the realm that you're in and the realm that exists for others too, that are older in existence than you, and so far as their time on the realm.
so because like I've heard that tapeworms will eat their own.
Mhm.
So it's like the kind of that's always the case. Not like the snake eating its own tail. It's like you're always gonna get eaten. Like, but they still sign up for it.
Well, it's not necessarily sign up for it. It's what you indulge in, and what you hold on to, as far as the pride, which is vanity, and the affiliation. Most people who are so caught up in such things as race, that's one of the motivations behind it. Um, the race goes with the wealth, goes with the support of an empire, goes with all the various faction, the things that foster it, and then participating in some type of subversive actions on a particular population or anyone that reminds them of that population. So if you are considered this side of the spectrum, then obviously you're going to be against that other side of the spectrum. That's hence the whole black white. So if you're designated as white, then obviously, you have to be against the black. That's why I tell those who have been put into that game, step out of it, come out of it. You're not black. That's obvious. Black is neither a nation nor civilization, has no history. In terms of art, it's a shade. It's the absence of light. So how can you be that? You're not that. So stop calling yourself that. No, calling yourself that is just opting for laziness. Take the time to find out who you are. Start with your own so-called connection to your past. You don't need to give up your body fluids to do this. You can find this in records. You can talk to people while they're here and get information. So you won't be regretting the fact that you didn't talk to them, and get that emotional crap out of your mindset or your brain if you have grudges against people within your so-called family, and learn about who you truly are. You'd be surprised. And this goes for everyone. Stop falling for some label that someone threw on you just because you arrived and now you're in a group or a cohort. Start questioning, and then once you find the answer, don't stay in it. This is what most people do. They just stay in it after they, even knowing the truth, they just still stand there. Come out of it. When you realize there's no such thing as white, stop calling yourself white and stop doing the things that pertain to white, so-called whiteness, and all the things that you're supposed to do affiliating with it. Like, I gotta hate these people because they're black. And I got to do this and not share any information with them or tell them truth because they're black. Stop that. Come out of it. It's very easy to do. It's no different than what we've been mentioning or talking about before. How do you stop wickedness? How do you come out of that neutrality? How do you change what's going on within you, from health to so-called spirit or soul and or soul? How do you stop all of these things? Easy fix. Stop doing it and be true about it, not for the facade. And don't look for, okay, I stopped, now what? Where's my benefit? Where's my reward? No, don't do it for that purpose at all. And don't be jealous of someone just because of their existence, because of their format or whatever. It's like, I said this before as an example, a man being jealous of a female because she can get pregnant. Why? You have a role, she has a role. Stop being jealous. You live the role you're given. That's it. But if that role is to be wicked, then you recognize it and say, okay, I want to contemplate and focus. How do I get out of this role? I don't want to continue this. And then you live accordingly. It's not easy at all. It really isn't, because you're going to have a lot of people around you, starting with your own family and people you call your friends. And of course, your work, you're tapping into the income of the empire. All these things are going to be there to help you stay in your status. But you're going to be challenged by those things too, but it's primarily all in you, no matter what's done outside yourself, because those same structures cannot take the blame for what you do. It's as I said before, a group will get you to do their wickedness. So
Yeah.
you're participating in it. The friend, the boss, the parent, whoever, you can't blame them. It's you.
So like that's the thing though, like as far as the recessive is like who, like how can the recessive, if they were to breed with other recessive, it just makes the thing worse, doesn't it?
Well, then you have to be wise about it. We're not, again, get out of the mind and go into the brain and recognize that we're in a installation or an installation of empire that's actually rudimentary. We're almost Stone Age, even with all these so-called technologies and fancy buildings and concrete. No, it's concrete. Come on.
Wait,
Building with concrete. Very, 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 I'm not going to say primitive because there's positive aspects to it. I'll just say rudimentary
but
and
there's
low
different types
level.
of concrete though. Like the self-healing concrete they were using in Rome is a different concrete than what we
Totally
use.
different. Totally different. Exactly. So this is this is the slow bus, the little short bus empire, and it's very arrogant at the same time. Horrible combination.
I guess it makes sense though.
And that's what you want to get out of your head so that you can truly see. This is not the be all and end all. Everyone's not the greatest. Your cell phone's not the greatest. AI is nothing. Stop falling for that. That's the next step is to get you to be in awe. And what comes after awe, worship, reliance is part of worship. So, that's how they got a lot of indigenous people. They suckered them, reliance. Oh, don't, no, no, don't lift a finger, don't fight back. Turn the other cheek and rely on Jesus, and everything will be fine. No, don't rely on that because they're going to get you relying on AI, which is already happening. So no, don't do that at all. This is nothing to rely on. It's nothing to be in awe of at all.
So does everybody have their own recessive? Like, does every batch of people have their own recessive and negative, RH negative, or no? Like the Hamites have their own, the Canaan, I mean the Shemites and the
Everyone
Yaphathites.
has their aspects of part of a curse, put it that way. So, some people are dealing with more than others. Some are chosen to be the cog in the wheel and do harm. They're playing out their role, and they will be blessed for doing their role. They're carrying out their role. Like, wait a minute, that's wickedness, but they're doing their role. That's what they know it. They've accepted it. It's not like, okay, well, I'm going to go out and do wicked. No, that's not your role.
So it's like a lot of interference there, like, because what is that? That's that saying, like, no good deed goes unpunished. It's like, look, you're going outside of what was supposed to happen here.
Mhm. The devil, as what people call it, is a people, is a way of doing and being and thinking. So if you're doing devilish things and you're not that, then you're basically harming yourself and those around you. So you wonder why some people, they are on the short end of it and they make up the brunt of those in jail. It's because they're not supposed to be doing wicked in the first place. It's not for them.
You're
And
not built for that.
they still don't get it. Like, why can't they do it and I can't? Because that's not for you.
So what? And then if you're a crossbred, then it's just a dilemma. Like, then you have a
Uh,
choice.
Glad you brought that up. The whole concept of crossbred doesn't exist. You're just something new. There's no such thing. When the guy who goes by Satoru Barack Obama, former President Barack
Yeah,
Obama,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
um, they would call him, the first black president or half black president, not recognizing what's at the core of what they're saying. They're literally abiding by and adhering to the one drop rule, while at the same time being so very inane and stupid about it. For one, if he's half black, he's also half white. So why can't we just call him half white president? Because of the fact that he has so-called black in him. So all it takes is one drop, and that's enough to be black. When nothing about him, according to so-called black rules and regulations and stereotypes, made him black.
You got a CIA mom, right? Right. I mean, like, and
Right.
then she's a white lady. And
Exactly.
he's from Hawaii and got raised in Indonesia. It's crazy.
Exactly. And he looked more Indonesian if you really were to be honest about it. Most people don't read. All they got to do is just look at pictures, and go beyond what Google puts out there because all this is set in motion and it's all, manicured or it's nothing. There's nothing organic about how things roll up on your screen. Things are put there deliberately based on certain code, put it that way.
His mom did porn. You know what I mean? I just feel like it's a different spirit. If you're coming from a porn mom, I think It's crazy, man. I don't know, but yeah, it's crazy. I mean, that's the wild thing. I think that's the tough thing is people they don't they're watching, they're looking at the they're missing the forest for the trees almost. It's like they're not watching the moves. They're watching the shiny object or something. It's
That's
like
called emotional immaturity, and it's very easy to repair. You have to recognize it within yourself. If you have no clue about what's being said in an intellectual dialogue or discourse, then you should find out what's being said. Recognize that you don't know. Admit that you don't know. It's okay to say that you're dumb and you don't know. That's a start, and then go from there. Most people that take part or participate in voting have no clue what they're doing. And primarily those who are so-called Aboriginal, they just vote to vote because they fell for the trick, which says, oh, you just need to be in it and you need to vote because if you don't, you're dishonoring your ancestors. And voting doesn't do a doggone thing for anyone, first and foremost, and it definitely doesn't do anything for anybody Aboriginal. You have to know exactly what you're voting for. Not only that, you have to have clout behind the vote. If you have no clout behind the vote and you have no candidate that you own, then your vote is just a joke. You have to own the candidate, and it doesn't matter what they look like. They have to come with an impressive Rolodex. I don't know if the people use those anymore, but they have to have contacts, leads, connections in order to be able to be an actual candidate that's going to work for you and get results. But you have to own them, literally own them.
I'm
Your audio faded. I think you muted accidentally.
you hear me?
Okay, there you are.
You know, I was saying just like Miriam Adelson and Mellon and all of the APAC people, they own Trump. They literally own him.
Yeah, they own him and a few others. So, I
Like
mean, they're
you can
playing.
vote for him. They
Yeah,
paid for him.
they pay for them, and so who counts? They count, and you can't fault them. You can't go against them. They're doing what you're supposed to do in that realm called politics. Anyone else, you're not supposed to take part in anything ignorantly. That's a universal tenet.
So I mean, is there any use for politics? You know, because somebody's asked me this today. They were like, "Well, what should we do if voting doesn't matter?" And I was like, "You should probably set up a compound like Saudi Arabia or like the white people do in South Africa, because you're gonna, you know, so-called white people, because you're gonna have to, you know, you can't really trust your elected officials. You don't know them, and they all got APAC handlers. So
Mhm.
I don't really know how you can even get involved in the political discourse. It's like kind of like a non-factor. Like they're
The
gonna do
only
that.
the only time you would want to do that is if you are setting forth certain land covenants. Let's say you have your community and it's tight. Your your mouthpieces, they will be your voice, and they will approach the political setting. And before doing that, it's not about, writing a senator or anything like that. They will approach the political setting through the actual so-called codes and statutes by making sure that their designation is respected and not as a ward of the state, not as a so-called protected class, but as nationals on the land. And they will make sure that they have preserved a loyal title, even though they would have to have an Aboriginal in there. So all those folks who are thinking, oh, we're going to have an all, straight-haired group in our community. No, you need an Aboriginal in every group because the Aboriginal is your tie to the land. Because remember, you're guests here. So you have to have an Aboriginal. And those who are in those groups that you just mentioned, they know this. That was done then. They're not telling you this in your history books, obviously. They wouldn't, they won't. That you would kill off the males and you take the women as wives, and now you have access to the land through yours. when you
And
mate with
but
them.
you can't kill off all the males because you got to have a host, I guess. So there's like you just got to keep them drunk and like delusional.
Drunk, delusional, and make them into buffoons or slaves, and you can maintain a perfect parasitic infestation or colony. And
Just
last I
imagine.
checked, in every petri dish is a colony. You manifest a colony in a petri dish or petri dish. So yeah, these are the ways that you maintain hegemony. But primarily, it's how, if you're setting up a community, how to be wise in doing so. You set up trusts, not a trust, but different trusts. And the main thing for all of this is to protect yourself from empire intrusion. That's how you participate in politics. You don't participate in this pep rally politics. That's silly. There's no power in that. Those who have power, they don't participate in that stuff.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't make any sense, man. It's like it's just like what do you want to call it? Popularity contest with a bunch of ugly people. It's not even.
Exactly.
It's crazy. I don't know. I don't, I try to be as practical as possible. As much as like I would like to talk about things I know people can't change immediately. I still feel like that voting and stuff like that is just not practical. I don't think that it's just not practical. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell people when I think a lot of people are just like exhausted. They feel like that they wanted to make a change or whatever they wanted to do. I don't know. I don't know what people
Well,
really.
don't get caught up in groups. That's the main thing. And when I say that, I'm not saying forego community. That's different. Community is a way of living. When I say don't get caught up in groups, and that is actually correct, long shot, but don't get caught up in groups, because groups are movements, and movements are designed by empire. Those are through politicians, through funding sources. They allow and set up movements. It's an old trick. And this is done to maintain their status, and at the same time, give an outlet to those who think they're getting somewhere in the realm through politics or through a movement. Protesting does nothing. It stops work for a few. As I said, it gets you down the street with a bunch of strangers. That's what marching does. It does nothing as far as truly creating a metamorphosis in the realm.
I mean, we're up against something really serious. I mean, they got think tanks. They plotting stuff out. I mean, the levels of psyops on psyops it's really
No,
well done when you think
it's
about it like
well
that.
done, but you can be well astute too.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
nah,
you
I think you can definitely see through it, but maybe the person next to you on the bus or whatever they don't. If somebody whoever's next to you on the short bus, they don't. They might not because they're getting tripped up on the psyop that's on top of the psyop, and it's like they've spent a lot. They've invested a lot in deception, and we have to really kind of double down on investing in reality. You know what I mean? Because they spend a lot of money on it. It's or energy, whatever. However, they spend a lot. They put a lot into deception,
so
and we
money
got
is printed, so-called money is printed, so therefore you would say they have an inexhaustible supply of money and deep pockets. Therefore, if we don't have that, then that's not going to be like politics, our aim nor our panacea to get things moving or changed, if you will, or overhauled. No, that's not the realm. That's not the way. The realm works with, just like your vessel works with, organ grids or organ systems working together in tandem. Those are communities. You annihilate the parasite by not participating in anything they put out there. You go in and out of the realms that they set up, but you do so wisely. and you only take from them that which you want, not what you need. What you need, you should supply. So in the form of your food and sustenance, the things that you supposedly need, you supply that. Anything else, as I said, what you want, you can get what you want. That's an electing thing. You don't have
Yeah.
to. You're not forced to it. Like you got to have it, and they hold it over your head because you need it. No, this
Yeah,
is the problem.
I seen this quote that was like, it was a racist quote, but it was from a black dude. He was like, or so-called black dude. He was like, in words, he was like, with the hard ER. He was like, in words, spend their money on what they want and then beg for what they need. And I was like, damn. As much as it's not always 100% true, but I've seen it so many times because honestly, a lot of money flows through melanated people. You know what I mean? Like I hate it's from I, I've seen it. Like I feel like a lot as far as government assistance, it's like it's definitely by and large just because it's more white people in general. There's more white people on government assistance per capita, just because there's so many of them, and it's like I feel like that since that you melanated people have so much potential, so much potency, so much to offer that they I feel like they actually see raw cash more than a lot of people, or they have the ability to if they want to. From my experience, I feel like they have the ability to generate raw cash and raw material. Whereas, like, I think that when it comes to the recessives and everybody else, they more so have access to debt. They can get loans. They get, you know what I mean? And then that can expand into money. But I feel like raw cash and stuff like that, raw things, actual gold, I feel like it seems to be more so with the melanated, you know what I mean? And I think that they have opportunities to turn it into something else a lot, but then the vanity is just be eating people alive, man, and it's a shame.
But indoctrination is always there to either bring you down or enlighten you. Now, when I say that, I mean in the sense of you recognizing that it is BS, and it is now you're enlightened enough to say, I'm going in the opposite direction of this. And this is what's not done. So most people, as you say, so-called you melanated or American you melanated, are caught up into it, and mine is true wealth generation. So they might have expendable cash that is just basically unfettered to get junk and trinkets, but not anything of substance, such as a business or a lot that they can rent to a developer or lease to a developer, or anything that can create or manifest generational wealth. So once they recognize it, just like you recognize an indoctrinating plot or a subversive plot, you should recognize that an economic system that has been set up for your demise, you can use it and spin it and turn it around when you don't do the obvious. So allowing so-called money to stay within your group for longer periods of time, recirculate, then you'll see a difference. Someone pointed out that, for example, Chinese restaurants and Asian businesses, you walk in, it's mostly all Asians, if not all. Isn't that racism? Or is that,
Yeah, yeah.
isn't that a people just practicing what you're supposed to do when you are in someone else's house? So coming to America is for opportunistic purposes only, regardless of what anyone says. I come to America for a better life. Translation, I come for the money. And
Yeah.
that's what all groups came for, whether they're from Romania or Honduras. They come for the money. But you have to recognize, oh wait, you're coming for the money out of someone else's house, not someone from Ireland. This is not their house. They're just like you. They just happen to be here before you, possibly, but they're here for the money too. Whether they're Italian or Polish or German or Nigerian, they're here for the money. Or Ethiopian or Arab or so-called Israeli or wherever the heck they're from, they come here for the money because of the setup. And that's every single place that is a host country, meaning a parasite situation. And I mentioned before in past podosodes, don't allow yourself to become a parasite. It's a horrible situation because what
Yeah,
you think you're gaining, you're not. You're just basically being pimped. You get a little something, and that little something could be six figures, but that's nothing.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like, um, when so-called Black Americans do get together, they can do massive things. They just got to do it the right way. They do the correct things. Like when they had the Black Mafia family, Big Meech and them. They I just remember listening to some testimonies about it. They'd be like, we be in the club. It's 40 of us in here. We all got 2,000 on us, so we got $80,000. I'm like, you could start. I mean, there's so many other things you could do with the money, and it's just like nobody else is doing that.
They
No one
could
else
buy
is even
that
thinking
club.
of it.
Why don't they buy that club and then make sure that their people stay out of that club? They can be employed there, but they don't come in there to drink. Make sure that they're not coming in there to drink because when they drink, they get messed up. And when they get messed up, it just becomes a domino effect. So they can have everyone else come in there, but turn it into a club for everyone else. No guns, no violence, just a club having fun. They have their alcohol, whatever, but they don't participate in it. They have enough to get it, but they didn't do that.
Yeah, and then it all
So they
spiraled.
missed
It,
the
it
point.
all fell apart. It all fell apart. I think
Exactly.
Muslims do it all the time, man. I see Muslims controlling liquor stores, and I'm like, you guys, this is haram. How can you even sell this? But
Because it's the same mentality that many groups have. As long as they're not touching it, they're fine with it. I remember I won't name the state, but I remember visiting some friends, and their neighbors were under the so-called Jewish persuasion, so-called white, but under the Jewish persuasion. And I just came over. I didn't come in there to bust anyone. I just walked in uninvited, but I knew the people, so I was okay. And they were having a barbecue, but they were in the back eating pork ribs. And I knew him because I'd seen him before, he's a friendly person. And I said, wait, whoa, whoa, aren't you Jewish? And I'm like, why are you allowing your sons to eat pork ribs? He goes, oh, they like them and they're barbecue and, they make the best ones. And they're not eating it in our house.
wow,
So in other words, they could eat it in someone else's house. And I thought that's hypocritical, but it goes on all the time. When I was in Detroit visiting someone, and Detroit is a desert when it comes to the Aboriginals neighborhood. They have no so-called food supplies. They have to get their food supplies from Arabs who own all of the stores. Or they have to go outside of their neighborhood into the area where Eminem's from, the actual suburbs. See, people thought he was a ghetto child. No, he's from the burbs. They have to go outside of their area, and that's an all so-called white area, to get food. And I thought, are you okay with this? While you're taking part in drugs, all inappropriate activity that you shouldn't be doing, drinking alcohol, fighting one another, breaking apart your own families by not getting together, and allowing external forces to exacerbate what you participate in, regardless of the impoverished situations, you don't want to exacerbate that. So why are you continuing it? And I went with this one individual into a store. They went to go buy, I don't know what it was. And I walked around in this store that had old meat, some of it rotted, selling it, priced, and they're selling this stuff. It wasn't halal, obviously, but they're selling it to the people of this area, and they're taking the funds and taking it into their community. So there's no circulation of funds into the community that they're vampiring from. This is parasitic. They don't have to be a parasite, but they're willingly, happily, and readily able and willing to do so. which is one of the purposes for coming to America. If you notice a trend, most immigrants who set up businesses of that nature, low-end retail, food shops, etc., bars, whatever, they do so in the Aboriginal, I can't say community, that's a misnomer because it's not a community, neighborhoods
The
or
wards.
wards, exactly, so-called reservations, not even reservations because they don't get any funding. They have nothing there, but there is something there, obviously. What's there is the same thing that the wealthy so-called white knows when they are going to send in the developers to take that place. They're using them as compost. And they will enrich the place because they know that this is how this is the spell, this is the craft. If you want to grow something, you get the original being, you put them in a stupor, and under the spell, they will manifest wealth for you. And so this is why they're used to manifest wealth, and the places become run down, crime-ridden, dilapidated houses, and now they're cheap, and you can come in, and they use these terms, these innocuous, kind terms, and there's nothing kind about them. They're parasitic. Gentrification, there's nothing, gentilification maybe, but they're not doing anything to help the people that are there. But can you fault them for it? No, because they're doing their role. They don't have to do that, but they're doing it happily, readily doing it. And the same thing applies to the people who are becoming part of the scenery. They're becoming part of it because they're playing that role, that cursed role. They don't have to. Come out of that stupor, come out of that mindset and use the brain. There'll be a big difference. And that's all it takes. And it is occurring, but it keeps getting squashed primarily by parents and indulgence in so-called media. Media is there for programming, and I recommend all people, I don't care what your bloodline is, be careful of this medium, all media. I wouldn't be watching any types of movies right now. Your males are being programmed to be self-deprecating. I wouldn't allow any male or female to be exposed to media. TV shows, Netflix is horrendous. So just be wise, and this is for everyone. It's just a word of advice. And don't take on that mindset of, well, what else am I to do? What else can my kids do? There's nothing else to do. That's where you're God, or that's where you get God. There's always something to do.
I think if you start learning, then you realize how much space there is to actually learn, and then you start filling it up, and then you're like, damn, I need to make more space somehow.
Right. You'll find there's not enough so-called time in a day when you're really productive and constructive, not necessarily productive, but constructive, assertive about it, and actually truthful about it. When you recognize, okay, these are things I didn't know, but I should know, and so now I'm going to learn them. But
I
be
mean,
wary of all this stuff that's called entertainment. One of the agendas right now, as I mentioned before, it's not empowering females, it's putting them in this false sense of invincibility and teaching them, okay, you're better than males. Males are there to be providers, and they're perverting that term. A provider in the so-called modern sense is nothing more than an ATM and a sperm donor. And then someone who can take a bullet. That is what they're telling you a provider is. And so if they're not able to do that or take your punch, then you don't want them as a female. And you don't have to do anything, just be a female, have a vagina, and look for somebody who's got money. And that's all you need. You're being programmed, you're being terraformed. That's why I say don't let your sons and your daughters watch anything. I know it's horrible. Anything. Yes, anything. The embed code is in all of this stuff. So what
is
do
it
they
like
do?
alt code, like how you got? I still remember Bobby Hemming used to say this stuff about like the layers of DVDs and stuff. How like you could watch a movie, but there's something else behind it.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely. It's an old trick. It was done with paintings. It was, it's done all the time. Putting something, the subterfuge that is what the main eyes don't see, but it is seen. It's done in the language. I think I haven't put it up there yet, but I just finished a recording on phonetic allusion, which most don't know about, but that's used all the time. I mentioned it because someone had asked me about Georgia Guidestones, and I said, yeah, that uses phonetic allusion. If you look at the name of the person who supposedly is attributed to funding it, R.C. Christian, that's Rosicrucian. So it was funded by Rosicrucians.
The Red Cross.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, I mean, what is the separation between them and the Jesuits and the Crusaders, the KKK? What is the separation there?
The KKK is nothing more than what you find in Spain, what you find in the Vatican.
But they always had that, like, don't they? Didn't they wear that cross too,
They,
though?
they wear the cross, they wear the capriot. They're all interrelated. So, you have to have a prince. And if you don't have a prince, then the Inquisition says kill you, smite you. You're a Saracen, you're a pagan, you're savage, you don't have a prince. And preferably the prince of um, light. That's what they used to call him, Prince of Light. But then later they would say Jesus to cover their you know whats, because wait a minute, Prince of Light, Lucifer? Um, so these were things that were done and still are done to this day. I mentioned it before, I'm not putting anyone's religion down, but if you're following a religion and it hasn't been the crutch for you, be wise, get out of it. You're only in it like people are in their race for their race because they think it provides some type of benefit. And maybe it is providing a benefit. Many people in certain areas go to a church because it's part of the whole setup. You have to be part of this and this and this group and this club and this church in order to receive whatever goes with it, whether it's community acceptance or potential at work, clients, or increase in your wealth. That's why people participate in things. Most people participate in mega churches, whether they admit it or not, because they want to tap into that source. They want some of that, multi-millions that the preacher or minister has, not realizing they'll never get it. They have a better chance in getting into the NBA as a starter.
So, Pharaoh, man, like, time has sped up so much for me. I feel like I do like between like taking care of myself and I be studying Hebrew and I take these coding courses and then I garden and then also
Mhm.
take care of my dogs and I feel like I have no time. And so I feel like time has sped up, man. I look up, I get up 5:36 in the morning, and then I'll do three things, and it's 5:36 in the day. And I'm like, what is going on, man? Like, what is it like for you? Because they say the older you get, the faster time is perceived. Like, how is it for you? Like at this point, like, is it? I mean, you have access to your dreams a lot more than anybody on earth, if not everybody. So, like, I don't know what your perception of time is, but what is it like? Like as far as like how are you managing your day and like in your decades, I guess? Is that how you do it? Like, all right, this decade's gonna do this with this decade. Like,
No, I don't do the Roman decade thing. Um, And I don't look at it in that reference because, as you know, there are various earmarks for various groups. When I say earmarks, each group has its own designated current time. Certain groups, so that tells you, well, how can it be this year for this group and this year for this group? Which is it? So that tells you about time. Those in the know, the echelons of clergy, upper echelons of clergy and academia and other realms, they know exactly what time is and what it isn't. And what it isn't is this measurable or thing that is supposed to be measured. Measurement of time is for the empire so that you can get up and go to work and do certain things all within a reference point, and that you can live accordingly or exist accordingly within, again, a time reference. So if you're not married or with children at a certain time, then you didn't finish your designated assignment, and that means you failed. There are only certain cycles that have to be respected. Those are the cycles within and the cycles above. So a female has to respect the cycles she has, because within those cycles, based on the realm she's in, because the realm will dictate those cycles. We see these things in literature, in history, in Bible, of cycles that differ for women of different so-called ages. And I don't mean like personal age, I mean ages in so-called time. Case in point, some women in references to past accounts were able to bear children well into, so-called senior citizen age. But they weren't senior citizens, obviously, in their age, in their so-called time. It's not going to happen these days. It might happen in some Inquirer newspaper or some, tabloid, but in reality, probably not. So we're dealing with cycles, and we respect those cycles when we are in a particular reference point in our existence. So right now, the cycles say for men, they have a different longevity pattern than for women. Women have a longevity pattern based on their cycles for being a conduit for an offspring, meaning giving birth. If they go outside that, then they risk various complications or damage to that offspring. Or they risk nothing at all because they're barren. So these cycles have to be respected versus respecting time, because can you actually define so-called time? You define it based on empire. What can be measured on your watch or your phone, or based on, where you are in your so-called life.
I remember you were telling me that chimeras know when they're gonna die. I mean, or pass on, whatever, however you, whatever, whichever is a better term for that.
Well,
Like, how
everyone
many?
should have an idea of when they're going. They should know something. It shouldn't be just, bam, unless you, walk in front of some kind of vehicle. And that's just negligence or
Yeah,
carelessness. So you should have an idea. All of these things are taken away from you, just like the ability to know exactly what's in the oven. And you know what I mean when I use that idiom, what your wife is carrying. You're like, okay, there's a son in there because you put him in there. There's a daughter in there because you put her in there. Now, all these things taken outside of your realm, you need to go to a hospital and get an ultrasound to find out the gender of your child. Whereas you could tell before. And then there were women who could, elder women who could just look at another female and say, I know you got a boy in there. I can tell by how you're carrying, or I can tell by certain other factors. That doesn't exist because we don't allow it to exist. You cannot continue to participate in all of these things. It's just so basic. It's not complicated. It's not complex. And you must pass on the wisdom. Don't pass on the illness. Don't pass on the stupidity. That's just going to make things worse.
how
So
many? How many cycles do I have left? To like to legitimately to be able to be a father at some point, though, right? Like,
you could be a father up until 99 as long as you can get an erection.
yeah, for sure. But I mean, I would like to at least play some basketball with the child. You know what I mean?
If you take care of that vessel, you can do the same thing. I mean, is basketball that important?
No, but I think
Okay.
just something physical. I want. I just just an example of something physical that I can do with
Yeah, you
them.
can do. There are a lot of physical things you can do with your child. It doesn't have to be sports related, but nothing wrong with basketball per se. But if you're doing it with the intent of having him watch basketball or pick a basketball player. No, now you're participating in this empire structure, the hijacking, the thwarting, the diversion of the masculine energy. The same thing happens with your daughter, getting her immersed into these things that, thwart or divert her true nature, her true energy. So you don't want to do that. You play basketball for basketball's sake. You play
Yeah,
basketball for health's sake, and because
yeah,
you are learning about each other and he's learning about you, and you're spending that, literally spending those hours together, knowing and wondering and enjoying. That's why you play basketball, not because it's related to the NBA or any sports player. Not at all. That has nothing to do with it. All those things we've accepted. I shouldn't say we, because I haven't, and maybe you haven't, but many have. And so because of that acceptance, there's an unwillingness to challenge it, question it, and then rebuke it or forsake it. And that's
no,
that's
yeah,
the progression.
yeah. I think sports is just a good childhood game. They get hand-eye coordination and they learn how to work in a team. I think I don't know. I don't. It's definitely. I wouldn't tell my child to run after sports like I was pushed. I just would. I just think it'd be something that one of the things that so you could share with your child. Some type of activity like some team thing. I think that's the cool. As much
Yeah,
as individual sports are great, I think I did glean that from sports is like I can't do this alone.
right. You learn how to have that camaraderie, that team, so-called team effort, and then collective effort to work together to accomplish something. So competition is for accomplishment, and that means there is a holistic factor to it. Also, when you look at yourself now, are you bought into the empire that says you're going to be decrepit after a certain cycle? If you bought into it, well, so be it.
No, that's why I was asking you though, like based on my genetics and my situation, what I got going on. I was asking. I know it's a more personal question. It's not, I know other people have different setups, in their genetics, but uh, maybe my would my cycle count or situation is maybe it would give them some contrast that they are different from me. But um, yeah, I thought maybe I could just ask and
No, you increase your potential by many factors, and one of those factors is placement. Venue. If you're in a particular venue, as you mentioned earlier, here we go with the connection. If you have no support setup or support grid, that makes it more taxing on you. So now you are taxing into those cycles of yourself. If you do have the support setup in the form of sentience, in the form of that which comes from the land itself, that would be the energy from the soil and the water, and the ability to absorb toxins from you when you stand on it, as well as energize, and then, of course, to take from it and give back to it in the form of sustenance, and being wise and recognizing that, you know, it doesn't have to feed you. It's not actually feeding you, it's feeding itself. You're just participating in that cycle. So you recognize that overindulgence in it and negligence can harm you. So you need to know how to prepare things that come from the earth. Just because it comes from the earth doesn't mean, oh, it's organic and it's great. No, the earth does not bring forth plants for your pleasure. It brings forth plants for its continuation, and it's programmed that way. So you are just in its cycle, in its realm. And therefore, the things that you are to participate in or partake of, you should partake of. One of those things is seeds. It says you can eat seeds. And then, of course, herbs. So certain fruit, you have to be wise when you ingest it too, because the fruit is to house the seed so that the plant can propagate. Therefore, it's protecting itself, and it will protect itself through chemical and camouflage if it can. And therefore, that means there's level of poisons that you are ingesting. This will affect your cycles too. You don't see a lot of raw foodists living past 100 and plus years and they're eating raw food.
Did you say fruit or food?
Food, raw food. Well, when I say food, by default, I am referring to that which has vitality to it. And that primarily would be fruit and so-called vegetation. But all of these things are life forms, and they give forth themselves to propagate and grow, and then go into or back to from whence they came into the soil so that they can enrich the soils and, if necessary, grow again in another place.
So you said a lot of raw foodists don't live
A
over
lot
a
of our,
hundred.
no, I said a lot of, you don't see a lot of raw foodists living beyond 100 or 100 plus. And in this installation of empire, you're supposed to live, according to written word, 120
So,
minimum.
so the raw food is it like are you is it like the like TCM